13 of the Lindsay Clancy trial. Now, the jury either sees Lindsay as someone who is either a master manipulator if they don't buy her defense theory, or she is someone who is just very, very unlucky, a woman that has to relive her tragedy, a woman who has been fairly uncharged. She killed her kids during a time of psychosis, and now she's in a courtroom and we are trying to persecute her. So, where is the jury with Lindsay? I don't know. I have no idea. Typically in a trial, when we're listening to evidence, I'm like, okay, this is like some overwhelming evidence. I feel like I know where the jury's thinking about this, but you never know. There's some stragglers out there. But with yesterday's testimony, I mean, if you don't believe Lindsay's defense, you're going to think that is she manipulating us? Or if you're like, is it possible that she was going through psychosis, and is it really appropriate for us to be sitting here as she's crying and we're just making her relive this trauma all over again? I don't know. Now, I think what the strongest case that the Commonwealth has against Lindsay would be things that happened the day of the actual killings, right? And then subsequently what happened afterwards. But if you start zooming out some more to the events leading up to the killings, well, that's where things start getting a little hazy. With the treatments, was she manipulating the providers? Was she actively seeking treatment? Was she also seeking treatment, but then she was sick of taking care of her kids? I don't know. Things started getting a little bit muddy there. And, I have quite a few things on my ledger that I'm waiting for it to be cleared through more testimony. It's on the defense's side and on the Commonwealth side. So, for example, Mr. Reddington keeps bringing up the Apple Watch. I think he brought it up maybe fine. I say keep bringing it up, but he brought it up like 3 times already. Okay. And I'm like, what is the significance of this Apple Watch? Or is it just going to be the typical defense thing where it's like, oh, well, Commonwealth didn't collect data on it. So there's so much data on there that you could have gotten. I don't know. I'm not too sure. And then there's things about the side of the house, the shingles. It's like, okay, like what is our theory here? That she was trying to slide down at the side of the house. The Commonwealth did mention that they aren't trying to say that Lindsay faked the unaliving event. However, the means that she took to do it did not accomplish that goal. It's like, yeah, no shit, she's still alive here. But, there might be something there that I'm not seeing, and I'm waiting, all right? We're waiting over here. There is also a few things, too, that was mentioned. For example, what else do we got here? There was like a search for the unaliving methods. It could have been Patrick, and that's what they're going through right now. There's a cybercrimes person who's testifying in the stand. I'm like, oh, okay. Like I hear an iPad that was collected. There were some iPhones that were collected. There's the Apple Watch at the scene, which I don't know if they did anything with it. But are we going to get some digital evidence? I feel like we got to get some digital evidence in. Alrighty, y'all. So, hi. How's it going today? How are you? Oh, by the way, we do not have court tomorrow. There is no court tomorrow. So you guys will enjoy a lovely 3-day weekend. And I will be able to work on other videos tomorrow, which I'm excited for. Because I was like, oh man, there are some cases that I need to catch up on. And we can't be neglecting all the other ones. So let's get started today. We are here for day 13 of the Lindsay Clancy trial. Really wonder where the minds of the jury, where is it at? What are they thinking? How did they feel towards Lindsay? I don't know. I don't know. All right. Personally, you're not convinced that she was psychotic at the time. I don't know. My gut tells me she was well aware of knowing it was wrong and that she only came up with the voice after the facts. Hey, budgie father. How's it going today? Jessica, Rain. Taxi beat you again. I guess you're just not spawn camping here like Taxi is. Hi, Royal. How are you doing today? Jacob, Violi? I don't know where the first word ends and begins in your username, but Violi maybe? Karina, how are you doing today? Feel free to correct me. All right, guys. So let's get started with the Lindsay Clancy trial. And as I've been watching this trial, I've been trying to find some information about Andrea Yates here and there. Another very interesting case. So let's get started. Who's chewing gum over there? Camera's looking at Lindsay. She's wearing a beige sweater. Sitting behind Lindsay, we have her mother, her father. I don't recognize anyone else. actually, hold on a second. There's been people that are attending the courtroom. People from the YouTube. Have you guys seen anyone back there? Reddington's coming in. Reddington's like, oh boy, another day with the Commonwealth. Okay, let's see back here. Do we recognize it? There are quite a few people that are covering this case. I can barely see. I don't think I recognize anyone. Maybe the media's on this side. The camera never shows that part.
Jurors in.
Her eyes are not puffy. You're talking about Lindsay's or mine? My eyes are puffy. Lindsay's. Okay, so do you guys remember who here watched the Corey Richards trial with us? One in chat if y'all watched the Corey Richards trial. Two if you didn't. Three, you're like, who the hell's Corey Richards? And if you're a three, I'm like, oh, I'm surprised. You know what? Thank goodness you don't know who Corey Richards is. Do you guys remember in the Corey Richards trial how they kept bringing it up over and over again that Corey would hide her face while she was crying? And that did come up in my mind. I was like, okay, well, how is it different with this case? You know, for Lindsay, there is a monitor in front of her. She probably doesn't want to look at it. Maybe the autopsy stuff. But I think people could say that maybe she's hiding her face because she's not really crying, or people, you know, think that she's faking it. But the wailings, I don't know, the crying, unless she's like a really good actor, they sound pretty, it sounds like a wailing person. The cries does not sound like the Corey Richards eking out the tears. But I don't know. I thought about that too. I was like, I wonder if the Commonwealth is going to say something about, you know, Lindsay crying, maybe putting her hands in her face, hiding her face or something. Oh, okay. So one. All right. We got no threes here. But I don't know. I think Corey was just like just another beast, you know? Corey was just someone who was just a bad actor or actress. And she was just you could spot that piece of shit from a mile away. Why didn't you watch? I don't know what options she's given. I don't know if she's allowed to just not be there. I don't know if she's asked to not be there. I'm not caught up with the pretrial stuff. But I do remember hearing in other cases, there are times when the defendant doesn't want to be there while the pictures are shown. I think Donna asked to be excused, and I think she was denied that.
Hey, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within for the Commonwealth. Draw near session.
All right.
Miss Clancy.
Good morning. So the judge is going to make sure everyone behaves. No one raises their hands. And then there's no court tomorrow, Friday. Don't know why. I don't know if it's because the Commonwealth is resting their case today. If they rest their case today, then it's going to be very interesting. They decide to... What is this? What is happening here? Why are we looking at the sigil? Okay. All right. Officer. Witness number. What witness number are you? 60-something.
Please.
How long have you worked there?
8 years with 18 total law enforcement experience.
So you worked in law enforcement prior to the state police?
Correct.
In what department?
Town of Mattapoisett.
And are you in a specific role or unit at this time?
I was.
What do you do now?
Now I'm a sergeant in field, assigned to the Bourne Barracks.
And previously, where were you assigned?
I was a trooper in the cybercrime unit.
How long were you in the cybercrime unit?
Roughly 3.5 years or so.
And what is the cybercrime unit?
It's the state's primary child exploitation unit. Assigned to that, or included in that, is also a forensic branch, which deals with multiple other crimes other than child exploitation.
Would it be accurate to state that you are able to examine digital forensics like computers and phones that are related to other cases?
Yes, correct.
This is where I was like, oh, digital evidence. Okay, we have 2 devices. We got an iPad. What are we going to find? So I'm going to just hop on over to when they start talking about Lindsay's device.
2025 that you examine the extraction, correct?
That is correct. I was provided those files.
And what is an extraction?
So these are actually, it's a computer image. Extractions usually typically referred to as cell phones. So this is a computer image. So this was an actual EO1 file, which is an in-case forensic file. So what it does is it copies out the bit-for-bit data on the particular drive that you targeted at. And then the in-case file sort of compresses the forensic image. It also adds some metadata to it. You can type in like case files. It keeps some integrity to it.
So is it basically you take a computer or a cell phone and you make an exact copy of the data that's on that cell phone or computer?
Yes. Computers, yes. Cell phones, no.
But you were working on a computer or Surface Pro?
Correct.
And so the extraction for the Surface Pro would be a copy of the data that was on the Surface.
Would a Surface Pro be considered a computer? I thought a Surface Pro was a tablet, and is that more like a cell phone?
Yeah, so the image in this case is a bit-for-bit copy of that drive.
And when you do the extraction or when you view the extraction, are you changing any of the data?
No, that's why we use these types of images so we don't touch the actual data on that computer.
Did your initial review of the extraction show a visit to a website entitled Suicide Methods on August 23rd, 2022?
It did.
Were you
August
recently
23rd.
asked to look at that visit to that site to get a better understanding of how that website was accessed?
That's correct.
And how did you approach that?
I set a parameter. I went to that artifact that I had previously tagged when I did the initial analysis.
Let me
And
just
then-
stop you there.
Sorry.
It's an
I'm going to stop you there. Suicide methods. Okay, so this was something that was brought up during Patrick Clancy's testimony. Defense is saying, Patrick, is it possible that when you're looking up Tom T. Hall, a man who, by the way, who did unalive himself, is it possible that you may have actually clicked the hyperlink that said unaliving methods? Patrick's like, I don't think I did. I don't know. I don't think I did. The Commonwealth things, Lindsay did it because Lindsay was logged into her Facebook. Now, I don't know how it goes from Facebook to Wikipedia. Maybe there's a link within Facebook that takes you to the Wikipedia, maybe? I don't know. So I was like, okay, is it a Facebook page or is it a Wikipedia page? I'm a little confused here. Hopefully he can ask, or he can answer our questions. So it's either Lindsay did it or Patrick did it. However, if Lindsay did it, I don't know. I don't know if it will be that much of a banger because there has to be more stuff. We'll see.
artifact and what is a tagging?
So an artifact is every single piece of data on that computer is an artifact. So a computer could have 500,000 artifacts, let's say. That's a low end, but as an example. So tagging would be something you would flag that one particular evidence, that one particular artifact as evidence.
So in this case, the artifact was the visit to the website, is that correct?
Correct.
And then the tagging was just so that you could find it when you went back into the extraction looking for it?
Yes, correct.
And so if you could continue telling us about how you approached that.
So I set a parameter of 12 hours before the visit and then 12 hours after the visit and looked at the correlating other digital artifacts related to that.
And can you tell us what's a Chrome history database?
So that's so a database essentially, this is a very
Technical.
slimmed down version of what this is. So if you think of an Excel sheet and each Excel page is a section of the database, so the database would be the whole thing. And there's a scheme or like a roadmap, let's say, of how these pages interlink with each other. That would be an entire database. Everything pretty much has databases, just easy for file expansion and disk saving space and things of that nature.
And what about Chrome Web History Table?
So a table would essentially be the Excel sheet that I explained before. It's a portion of the entire database. That particular one captures, without being a database engineer for Google, who created it, but that table.
Hey, what are the chances that they're going to show us this on the screen? I think she tried to show it us on the screen, but wasn't it cut off? I don't know. I feel like whenever we get things on the projector, which is very rare, by the way, it's like cut off. Or she takes it down so quickly.
Tracks URLs, web page titles, dates and times.
So is it basically a table that you get from the extraction that shows which websites that computer has visited?
Correct. Each table has its own functions on different data it tracks, and then eventually it puts it all together.
And what about a Chrome Web Visits table?
So the visits table tracks things of were the web pages synced to the device, were they local to the device, are they Are they typed? Was it generated? Was it gone there through a hyperlink?
So basically, is it a table telling how each website was accessed, whether someone typed in a search for it or clicked the link?
Correct.
And you mentioned a couple different ways: typed, linked, generated. So typed would just be someone typing in the search bar something to search?
Yeah, so typed could be a few different things. So typed would be somebody typed in an exact phrase or word. It also could flag the typed version, typed flag if you copied and pasted something into the URL address bar.
So if you're looking at a recipe for, say, cookies, and you copied cookies and pasted it into the search bar, would that be considered a typed event?
Yes, correct.
Or if you just typed cookies, that would be a typed event?
Or cookies, or if you typed in, say you put CO for cookies, and then Chrome tried to auto-populate what they think you want to type, that would also create a typed event as well.
And then you mentioned linked. What is a linked access?
Link would be that you clicked on a hyperlink, which brought you to a different page.
And what is a hyperlink?
That would be it's a word phrasing, and then behind the word phrasing, there is a website coded behind that.
Is that like when you go on a website and there are certain words that are underlined that you can click on and it'll take you to another page?
Yes, correct.
Okay. What about generated?
Generated is something that Google would suggest, Chrome would suggest.
Now, what is the Wayback Machine?
The Wayback Machine is a website that is I don't say monitored. It's created and maintained by the Internet Archive as a company. It's a 501(c) nonprofit. And what that does is it goes out on the internet. It takes snapshots of the internet, web pages all over the entire internet, and then archives that. So you can go back in later. It started like in the mid 90s or so, but you can go back to pick a date, pick a year, and you can see what that website looked like at that time, or approximately. It doesn't copy minute for minute, day for day, but you'll get something around the time that you were looking for of what a particular page looked like at that day and time you want to see.
So with regard to this case and looking into how that site, Suicide Methods, was accessed, what did you learn? Or what did you see?
When I went back?
Yeah, so go ahead.
So I saw, the first thing I saw was a Facebook visit at 9:40 that morning.
9:40 a.m. on August 23rd, 2022?
Correct.
And what was the Facebook?
The link was lynn.say. I believe it was 968.
So Lindsay with a dot in between the D and the S, 969?
969, correct.
And after the visit to the Lindsay.969 Facebook.
I don't know. Sometimes when you're going over technical stuff, and even though these are things that we know, like hyperlink and stuff like that, it helps to have a demonstrative so people can follow along with it, because sometimes when you throw all this information, it's just like, it kind of goes over your head.
Page, what happened next?
There was a search in Spotify music for the singer Tom Hall.
What time was that at?
It was shortly after.
Is your memory exhausted?
Yes.
Do you have your report with
I do.
you, with permission?
Yeah. That was at 9:42.
So approximately 2 minutes after the Facebook account was accessed?
Correct.
And that website, was that a Wikipedia page?
No, that was Spotify.
Oh, I'm sorry,
music.
Spotify music. And then what did you see next?
There was a song off of that search in Spotify.
Was that That's How I Got to Memphis song?
Yes.
Jesse, when you experience extreme grief, you will cry out loud, you will sob even. I really don't think she's faking it, or that it's not common to cry that way. Laura Lee brought up a very interesting perspective. She said that it could also not work in her favor if the jury thinks that the reason why she was crying like that is because she felt guilty for what she did and that she knows what she did. And I was like, oh, I didn't even think of it that way. And that's like it's such like a basic, consideration. And I was like, oh, I was just thinking maybe there's like either she was really crying and the jury feels bad, or if they think that she's manipulating them and they're like, ooh, I don't feel bad. And I was like, oh yeah, I guess I forget about that too. That maybe, it might show like consciousness of guilt or something, but I don't know. We'll see. Can't wait to hear from the jury. for this one. I don't know. I think deliberations for this case is going to be really long. And I know we haven't heard the rest of the Commonwealth case yet, and we haven't gotten to the defense yet, but I don't know, man. Like, if it's like this divided on the internet, it's like, oh, I wonder how the jury's feeling.
And was that
We don't know if she's heavily medicated, though. I haven't seen any mentions about heavily medicated. It's my guess that maybe she is diagnosed currently with bipolar disorder and she's taking meds for it. It's only because of some of the clues that I'm getting from her defense attorney. But yeah, I don't know.
that at 9:44 and 18 seconds a.m.?
Yes.
Then what happened next?
What happened at 9:44?
Was that
Song.
Spotify.
approximately 2 minutes after the Facebook account was accessed?
Correct.
Okay.
And that website, was that a Wikipedia page?
No, that was Spotify.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Music.
Spotify Music. And then what did you see next?
There was a song off of that search in Spotify.
Was that That's How I Got to Memphis song?
Yes.
And was that at 9:44 and 18 seconds a.m.?
Yes.
Then what happened next?
There was a Google search for Tom Hall.
And was that at 9:44 and 30 seconds a.m.?
Yes.
And what did you learn from that Google search?
Off of that Google search, there was the Wikipedia page for Tom Hall was visited.
And were you able to use the Wayback website to see what that Tom Hall page on Wikipedia looked like around the time of August 23rd, 2022?
I did.
Okay, so I just want to say this. Initially, when I talked about this weeks ago, a few days ago, no, like 2 weeks ago, I did make a mistake though, because I misheard. I thought that Lindsay accessed her Facebook account, or someone accessed a Facebook account under Lindsay's, and it was an hour later that this Google search for Tom T. Hall happened. It was actually 4 minutes later. I think it initially said it was like, oh my God, it's at 10 o'clock something. And I was like, wow, that's like an hour later. I mean, it could still be Lindsay, or it could still be Patrick.
Is this a copy of that Wikipedia page from the Wayback Machine?
Yes.
You can have this marked as the next exhibit.
No objection.
All right.
I have no objection to any of the documents.
This is Tom T. Hall.
Tom Hall, yes.
All right, that may be. Thank you.
Could you see what happened next once the Wikipedia page for Tom Hall was visited?
So I saw there was an anchor on the URL to the death section.
What happened in anchor to the death section?
So an anchor would be put at the end of a URL, so a web address. So what an anchor does, it's a pound sign followed by a section of that page. So if you think of it as, say you go on your banking website and it lists like a table of contents and it has login, mortgages, rates. If you click on, let's say, rates, it's going to jump all the way down to that page, just to that section. So it's a table of contents that's going to direct you directly to a certain section of the web page.
And so on the Wikipedia, someone clicked on death and it brought them down to that portion?
Correct.
And in the death section, could you tell what happened once the person was in that area of the webpage?
Yes.
What happened there?
So in the description that described, the Wikipedia page described of Tom Hall's death, there was some wording regarding a shooting related to his ultimate suicide. Go ahead.
Showing you what's been marked as 232. This portion here under death where it's self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head is underlined. Is that the portion you're referring to?
Yes, correct.
And that portion there with the
Okay, it's right here. If you guys can't see where her pen was.
underlining, is that what you were describing earlier as a hyperlink that you can click and it takes you somewhere else?
Yeah, so inside that phrasing, there's actually a URL behind that with an anchor as well.
Now, something like that, that type of hyperlink, can you hover over that with the arrow that the mouse directs, hover over that and automatically be taken to that site, or do you actually have to click on that link?
No, you would have to click on that phrase with the link behind it.
And so, based on your examination of the Surface Pro in that area, was the hyperlink clicked on?
Yes.
And where did the hyperlink bring the person?
We now got to the original artifact I had located, which was the Wikipedia suicide method, but it directed it directly to the shooting section of that page.
Could you tell how long the person spent on that page, the suicide methods page, or how long it was accessed?
No.
Could you tell what time it was accessed?
Yes.
What time was that?
I don't recall the specific time.
Want to look at your report?
Wait a second. Huh?
At 9:45 a.m.
So 9:45 a.m. The suicide methods page was accessed. Is that
Correct.
And did you use the Wayback Machine to see what it would look like on August 23rd, 2023?
I did.
Is this a copy of what you produced?
Yes.
We can have this marked as the next.
I'm a little lost. Maybe they are showing that this is different. What was accessed on the Wayback Machine is different than what actually happened that day. Because right now, this is tracking with what Reddington said.
That may be admitted. Thank you.
And
Hey,
what-
Tina, we haven't heard too much about her consuming a lot of alcohol and the weed. There was a CBD gummy that was mentioned that she had taken that one time. And then when she reports about drinking alcohol, I think she mentioned like she drank alcohol, like 2 glasses of wine back in 2021 or something, or 2019? I forgot what it was, to help her relax. There was an assessment where she filled out with Tufts, I think, where she said she drank maybe like 1 or 2 glasses of wine and then maybe like 5 at most, and then made her feel guilty. But I haven't heard too much information or testimony about Lindsay like doing like a lot of like marijuana and the alcohol, you know?
you see happening when from that page?
I observed after that another Wikipedia page that went to the Grafton Bridge.
And was that from a hyperlink within the suicide methods page?
Yes.
What's mass slipping?
Showing you page 8 of Exhibit 233.
Ooh, what happened to the brightness? It's got real bright. All right, what are we looking at here?
So within this jumping section is where there was the hyperlink to that bridge.
Correct.
Here,
Yes.
Grafton Bridge. So again, the person had to click on that hyperlink to access Grafton Bridge.
Yes, that would be correct.
Now, you said that the suicide methods page was accessed at 9:45 a.m. What time was the Grafton Bridge web page accessed?
That was shortly after that.
Do you want to look at your report?
At 9:48.
9:48?
Correct.
And so approximately 3 minutes after first accessing the suicide methods page, the hyperlink for the Grafton Bridge is clicked.
Correct.
Was there any other activity besides going to the suicide methods page and then the Grafton Bridge page? Any other activity that you saw within those 3 minutes?
I do not know.
And so did you do the Wayback Machine again for the Grafton Bridge?
I did.
This is a fair and accurate copy of that page.
Yes.
We can have this marked as Exhibit 234.
Oh, it's when members of the band Kiss's makeup starts melting.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 234.
All right, y'all. What lane are we in? Are we in the disproving Reddington lane, or are we in the proving our theory lane? I am so confused. What lane are we in? It looks like we're in the Reddington lane right now. Hey, Ross, how are you doing today? Anthropology. The quality is crap, though. I feel like it's like falling apart. But I like the mushrooms that are on it. Mass slipping means when a person's hidden personality, true intentions, or real character is accidentally revealed. That's what I figured. Oh my gosh, hold on a second. I was watching Bose's body cam channel. There was this girl who was supposed to go on a date with a guy, but then she ends up bringing in like her friends, and she expected the guy to pay for it. And it was like only on their second date or something. I don't know. I don't know if this is like a scam because apparently she got in trouble like a week before, but she was like trying to cry to the law enforcement officers and all that stuff. And then all of a sudden, like she just like, I think when she realized that it was going to go her way, she like starts laughing. And then she went back to, oh no, this is a very unfortunate pause. Okay, let me move it a bit. There you go. Sorry, I didn't mean to pause it like that. Yeah, that was a crazy character shift.
You're not able to tell who's actually at the computer doing all of this, correct?
No.
You can only see what data there is and what's been accessed, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Reddington.
That's it.
Seriously? That's it? Here's the background. So Patrick says that he started getting into Tom T. Hall for like a week, was listening to their music. And I was thinking, okay, well, is it possible that Lindsay and Patrick's search histories were meshed together because maybe they were on a device that shared the same Google Chrome account? Because sometimes if you're on Google Chrome with your phone, you're on Google Chrome with your computer, I think the history is shared between the two devices. I don't think it distinguishes what device it's on. I don't think so, from what I remember. So I was like, okay, well, that's a possibility. Or maybe Lindsay searched this, or maybe it was Patrick. I think if they don't have any other evidence to bolster this argument, I think this just looks like a major stretch. Because when they were going through this, it seems like, isn't it a possibility that Patrick was just curious how Tom T. Hall died? He was listening to his music. And then I don't know. I think if you're Wikipediaing someone, you're like, oh my gosh, this is how they died. And then you look at like, other ways that people may have unalived themselves. I don't know. I just think that's a curiosity thing. This is a stretch for me. This is a reach. And then as they went through how this happened, I was like, this seems like a Patrick thing. I don't know. I can see Patrick doing this.
That's it? That's your testimony? That's why you're here today?
Mr. Reddington. Oh, Reddington has no filter, dude. That's it? That's your testimony? Seriously? I sat here listening to your testimony. Oh, jeez.
All right, Mr. Reddington.
That's it? That's your testimony? That's why you're here today, to talk about a search that was involving Tom Hall, or Tim Hall?
Sustained, if you could.
Objection.
So I apologize. Your testimony today is based on that search on August 23rd, right?
Correct.
Of 22, right? And you were working as a state police officer back then, right?
Yes, sir.
And were you attached to the Plymouth County DA's office, or were you working somewhere else?
I was assigned to the cybercrime unit.
And the cybercrime unit works with the DA's office in Plymouth?
The cybercrime unit's its own independent statewide unit.
So, in the sense that you're independent, it's still the district attorney and his assistant DAs that would reach out to the cybercrime unit and ask for help, right?
Or it could be the troopers assigned to the state police detective unit.
Joshua McElligott. He was the lead investigator on this case, right?
I assume so.
Okay. So you were tasked to analyze the computer, the Surface Pro computer, right?
Yes, correct.
And by all accounts, that was owned by Pat Clancy. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And it was located in his office, right?
I don't know where it was located.
Okay. It's fair to say that when you analyzed the computer back in September, October of 2025, it was an investigatory role that you were using to locate potential evidence, right?
Correct.
And what is it you were looking for?
I was provided a search warrant with search terms, and that's as far as I knew of the case.
And what were the search terms?
I don't recall specifically, but they were spelled out in the search warrant.
So when you have search terms, you take a person's computer, and then what do? You access it through a device?
So I was provided the images. I never saw the physical computer.
So when you got the images, you were able to load them up onto your computer, I imagine?
Yes, we'll use a tool to help parse through that data. Correct.
And then as a result of that, you were able to plug in words that you could search for, right?
Yes.
For example, like suicide?
Suicide would be one.
Drugs?
I mean, I don't think that pertained in this case, but that
yeah,
you could
maybe it
search.
did.
That I don't recall the specific terms in the search warrant.
Okay. So after you did your search for whatever it is that you were looking for, suicide and other, you're unable to tell us what else you look for, but in any event, you came across this entry on our.
This prosecutor? You mean specifically this prosecutor? I don't think they were practicing back then. It was an expert who did that. Are you talking about the Andrea Yates case?
On August 23rd, and you indicated that the time frame that you're dealing with on that computer, the Surface Pro computer, was 9:40 in the morning. Is that right?
Can you rephrase that?
Yeah. You can look at your report too. I mean, if you have documents in front of you, do you have?
I do.
All right, so you can take a look at it. You have a document that's captioned matching results. Is that right?
I do not have that in front of me, but yes.
And would that be the search that you conducted?
Is that the magnet tool report?
I don't know what it is. And I
I don't know what the fuck this is. You tell me.
What is that?
This is the main page of the forensic tool.
And looking at the main page of the forensic tool, does it indicate the date is August 23rd?
That's an inbox. This also doesn't. Which, are we talking about this highlight here?
Yeah, but what does that indicate?
That's an inbox. That's not that.
All right, so what time?
Cooper, could you keep your voice up or make sure you speak to that microphone?
So that highlight is a bail inbox.
Okay, and that would be the HTTPS, and then underneath that, it makes reference to at some point that you were able to see that Lindsay or Lynn's Facebook account was accessed. And it wasn't even the account, it was actually the homepage, right?
Correct. It navigated to the Facebook person's account.
Okay, so that would tell us that that particular Facebook account was accessed, and then that conducted the search you just testified to? That's the next thing.
Oh, I love it. This guy, he's got his glasses on and he's got a magnifying glass. I wonder did they not have any other corroborating evidence that showed that this was Lindsay who used the tablet? Honestly, I don't know if it's even worth going down this route. It just seems so inconsequential. I don't know. I guess it shows that, like, see, Lindsay was thinking about unaliving herself. But the time frame is just like, I don't know, all the way to September. And if she was really serious about searching methods, there would have been more searches about it that are more specific, not just her getting there from a Tom T. Hall page.
This here does not have Facebook, does it?
All right, how about this next one? Does that have the Facebook visit?
This one does, yes, correct.
Okay.
Well, both must.
Yeah, both of us. Blind.
Yes, that'd be right here.
All right, thank you.
I like the magnifying glass. I need one.
Above that, does that also indicate like these two top lines?
That would be that was a CNBC web visit, which was typed in, and then there's access to a Google Gmail account.
And whose
inbox.
Google Gmail account was that?
That I don't know.
Because those two lines and references to the Google account were not in your report, right? You started off with the Facebook search, if you will.
Yes.
So you started off with Lindsay Facebook that was signed into the homepage on Patrick Clancy's Surface Pro computer, right?
So my tool report has all of the artifacts tagged as evidence.
Okay. So when you tag the actual data from the Surface Pro and the HP laptop as well, right?
Yes, correct.
And your October report back in was it 25 or was it 22?
25.
So, but nothing changes on the computers. I mean, whatever your searches are and your records don't change over the years, right?
No, as long as it's preserved in that state, and the images of that computer will remain the same.
Okay, so, and it's fair to say that with this investigation, obviously, happening back in 2022, that the computers were hermetically sealed and stuck somewhere with an evidence locker to make sure that they're preserved, right?
Yes, that would be best practice. That would be correct.
So then in October of 25, the district attorney's office asked you to conduct a search of the computer, apparently. Is that right?
A trooper in the Plymouth State Police Detective Unit reached out.
And that would be McElligan, right?
No, it was not.
Okay, do you know who it was?
Trooper Justin Paul.
Justin Paul.
Correct.
Okay. And as a result of that, you then prepared your report. And one of the things that you did is you noted that on August 23rd of 2022, at 9:40 and 08 seconds, that there was an access to the Lindsay Facebook account, right?
Oh, there was a visit to that page, correct.
Right. And then that page continued on to look for Tom Hall and Walking to Memphis or whatever in the songs, right?
Yes.
On Spotify?
Yeah, the song. Yes, after that was a Spotify.
And then the time frame of that would be that you went to a hyperlink that took him to methods of suicide. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, were there any searches on that computer for example, ways to kill?
No, there was not.
To your knowledge, and I understand that you might be stuck with what you investigated, but are you aware that there were any searches from Lindsay Clancy or Patrick Clancy on ways to kill? You ever heard that?
In my initial report back in October, that contains all of the evidence artifacts that I had tagged.
Interesting. How many times do you think people mention Law and Order in like a real courtroom? Yeah, I just looked up the Latasha Sanders case. Apparently, the defendant argues that a prosecutor made a baseless claim regarding the television program Law and Order SVU, which was playing on a television in the bedroom in the defendant's apartment on the day the police discovered the victims' bodies. I also remember hearing that in Andrea Yates' case, where one of the state's expert said that, I don't know, they like completely just made up a Law and Order episode. And it was one of the reasons why her case was overturned and she had her second trial. One of the reasons. Interesting.
Tagged as evidence and provided. I did not come across that, no.
Right. So basically what you are leaving with the jury would be that on that date of August 23rd, at approximately 9:40 in the morning, and then carrying forward with jumping from Tom Hall to the Wikipedia account to the underlined name, suicide, jumping to that page, that all occurred between 9:40 and say 10 o'clock in the morning, right?
Correct.
Oh, trust me, Rain, I don't doubt that at all. There's a lot of crazy who do get inspired by shows. I remember someone being inspired by Dexter. I remember hearing something really sad where like there was this kid that drowned at the beach because he was trying to go see SpongeBob or something. Like, oh my God, sad.
Did you know, sir, that on August 23rd, prior to your report indicating the Facebook account, that Mr. Clancy signed in, and it was Mr. Clancy's email that accessed the Facebook account for Lindsay Clancy?
I did not.
And that was not included in your report, was it?
No, it was not.
And
Well, they can't say who
you
did
know
it.
that the Clancys had 3 children, right?
I did not.
Well, you know that you were working on a case where Lindsay Clancy was the mother, and she was married to Patrick Clancy, right?
Correct.
And did you know, sir, that on August 23rd of 2022, that 2-year-old child was brought by Lindsay to South Shore Health for Dawson's ear recheck, that he had problems with congestion, but no complaints of ear pain, no fever. And that was on August 23rd, 2022, that he was examined at 10:15 in the morning.
I'm not privy to those facts.
So you don't know that Patrick Clancy's email signed into Lindsay Clancy's Facebook account. You're not aware of that, right?
It's whatever the default profile was signed into the Chrome browser.
And then that accessed the Facebook account,
Wait, was there location data?
which looked up Tom Hall, the singer, right?
Yes, correct.
That then led to the Wikipedia talking about suicide.
That is
right?
correct.
Led to the Spotify talking about somewhere in Memphis, whatever the song was, right?
Yes.
And this was all occurring from 9:40 in the morning until, like I said, 10 o'clock thereabouts, right?
Correct.
You tagged actual data from the Surface Pro as well as the
I mean, how long does it take to get to the doctor's office? Because it's possible that Lindsay could have, I'm saying this really loosely. It's possible that Lindsay could have searched it and then still took in her child to the doctor's office. Or sometimes people travel with, I don't know, do you travel with your tablet with you? If the child is using it, maybe? I don't know. I think this is a very weak argument from the Commonwealth. I'm very confused why it's even here. I don't know. They're just like trying to throw anything and they're like, okay, well, hopefully it sticks. Bye. Good luck to the person testifying about this because they're going to get destroyed in cross-examination.
HP laptop, right?
I did.
And your October report contains searches from the Surface Pro, right?
Yes.
And you recall, for example, just a representative sample that, and this would be on the Surface Pro computer. Now we're jumping ahead to December 5, not August of 22, December of 22. One of the inquiries of the Google searches was what to do when a psychiatrist overprescribed, right?
Yes.
Searches for medications, right?
Yes.
Including Lamictal, right?
Correct.
Can bipolar disorder be temporary, right?
Yes.
Can benzos reveal bipolar disorder, right?
Yes.
How long are detox programs, right?
Yes.
What is DBT? I'm just saying that's a search. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
May know,
I had to
may
look
not.
that one up, too.
Okay. Lamictal versus Zoloft. It says Zolafy, but I would suggest it would be Zoloft. That was a search, right?
Yes, correct.
What is mania? It was a search, right?
Yes.
Ketamine for benzo withdrawal. January 18th of 2023 was a search, right?
Yes.
Ketamine therapy on January 18th of 2023, correct?
Yes.
Now, you know, maybe not personally, but you know Steve Verino, who's also a gentleman who does what you do with computers and laptops and stuff, right?
Yes.
Now, you've worked on cases, and you know Steve, you recognize him right here, right?
Yes.
You know that Steve was working with me and Lindsay on accessing information from cell phones and computers, and he actually, through me, reached out about a month ago to the DA's office and raised some questions, correct?
I'm not privy to that.
Oh, well, the DA reached out to you about a month ago and asked you to revisit your investigation, and as a result of that, you created another report, didn't you?
I did.
And that would just be on July 26th of 26, right?
Yes.
And that was after the DA reached out to you, but didn't tell you it was because we had questions that Mr. Verino asked me to find out about, right?
Yes, I was not privy to that.
So as a result of dealing with the DA in July 26th of 26, you then prepared your report, and the purpose of that report was to find out more details, if you could, pertaining to the, quote, methods of suicide page, right?
Correct.
And in your July 26th report, you then went into detail about your findings, correct?
Yes.
And we would agree that that particular webpage was not a search for methods of suicide. It was actually the Tom Hall and the music, right?
That is correct.
And then the URL shows access to Lindsay's Facebook profile, correct? You accessed and found out that Lindsay's Facebook profile
Was a web visit.
right.
Yes, correct.
But you don't know that it was Lindsay that was actually using that computer to search for Tom Hall, right?
I don't know who was sitting behind that.
You don't know that Patrick Clancy plays the guitar, do you?
I do not.
You don't know that Patrick Clancy is a music aficionado, right?
I do not.
You don't know that Patrick Clancy enjoyed Tom Hall music, do you?
I do not know that.
And you
Is that
certainly don't
president?
want to leave it with this jury that Lindsay was looking up ways to commit suicide in August of 22, do you?
All I'm presenting is the facts that were presented in front of me.
He's like, I'm just the fucking messenger, man. They made me do it.
And it was a couple more questions, sir. When a user logs into their Facebook, their own Facebook account, it doesn't populate or bring you directly to the actual profile page. It brings you to the home page, right? That shows your followers and things like that.
I think so. I don't have Facebook or social media, so
Okay.
maybe. I don't know.
Nathicana. I was going to say Nathanica, but that's not wrong. Nathicana? Hey, I hope there would be some forensic to show us how she jumped. I think Reddington has I think they had like a diagram thing that they made. I don't know. We're getting such sparse information, Rain. I don't remember him testifying about that. He did say that he was listening to Tom T. Hall for a week, but do we have photos of like a guitar in his office? Do we have like other histories of him listening to all the different types of music and like, I don't know, being in a band or something? Like, I don't know. And we're just like, okay, we're just taking everyone's word for it. Uh-huh.
That's all I have for this gentleman, Your Honor.
All right.
All right. Are we going to redirect?
I would ask if I could, Judge, the two documents that I was questioning him from, could I introduce those into evidence? I think he agreed that that was part of the search.
Can we just approach?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, approach.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, good cross, Reddington. Oh, she's coming back. Girl, how are you going to clear this up? Let's see.
Sir, just for clarification, before when I was doing direct, if at any point I said August 23rd, 2023, what you did when you did the Wayback Machine was searches for around the time period of August 22nd, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And anything that you looked at that day regarding the search for suicide methods or any of the other places that were visited were August 23rd, 2022, correct?
Correct, 2022.
And the visit to the Grafton Bridge Wikipedia page was at 9:48 a.m., correct? Not 10 a.m.?
That visit was at 9:48, correct.
Okay. And defense counsel asked you about the defendant being at the doctor's at 10:15 a.m. Are you aware that it only takes 4 minutes to drive from her home at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury to the Kingston location of the pediatrics?
I was not, and I also wasn't aware that they went to the doctor's.
And you can't tell us who was behind the computer at different times, correct?
No.
You can't tell us whether people used the computer, then got up and let someone else use it, and then went back to using it, correct?
No, you cannot.
You can only show us the data that you observed that day, correct?
That is it. Yes.
Thank you.
Surface Pro is not is it a fucking computer? I'm sorry. Maybe I just don't know Androids. I thought it was a tablet.
So, what has been marked for P for identification, which would constitute the health information records from
Oh, it's a 2-in-1 detachable tablet and laptop released in October 2022. Oh, it's a new laptop when they were using it back then.
the South Shore Health pertinent to the child. You're aware, sir, that the records.
No, I don't think she had the dates and times wrong. I don't know where it got muddled, but when I went back to look at her direct, the times were correct. But maybe she didn't clarify that the Wayback Machine was from August 22 snapshot.
So you're aware, sir, or you're not aware, that the child was brought to the doctors not at 10:15, but was brought to the doctors around 10 o'clock in the morning. You aware
I'm
of that?
not aware of any of that.
And did you know how old the child was?
Sir, my testimony is related to the.
So you don't? The answer is no?
I do not. No.
Okay. So is it fair to say, sir, that, I mean, from your life experience, that when someone has to bring a child, a young baby, to a doctor, you got to get him dressed, you got to feed him, you got to get in the car, you got to drive? And that's the 4-minute ride as well, right?
I'm not.
That's a good point. Yeah. Sometimes it's not just dipping out of the house. There's a lot of things you got to do to prepare to leave the house.
Privy to any of that information.
Thank you.
All right. Anything further?
No.
All right, thank you, sir. You sit down. Thank you.
Commonwealth calls Timothy Giappini.
All right. Witness number 67. Chipino? Are you here, Chipino?
State and spell your name for the record.
My name is Timothy Ciappini. Last name is spelled Chia. P as in Peter, P as in Peter, I-N-I.
Where do you work?
I work for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts for the Department of State Police.
How long have you worked for the state police?
I graduated the Academy in March of 2012.
What is your current assignment?
I am currently the unit commander for the Critical Incident Technical Investigations Team
How long have you been doing that?
since approximately April of this year.
What was your assignment in January of 2023?
I was assigned to the State Police Detective Unit for the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office.
Do you have specialized training in cell phone forensics?
I do.
And could you describe that, please?
I was initially certified as a Celebrite physical operator and a Celebrite,
Are you the digital forensics guy? We've been waiting for you, sir.
certified operator, Celebrite certified physical analyst in March of 2017.
And are you also trained in Gray Key and Magnet?
I have been trained in Gray Key examination since August of 2021, and I've been familiar with the forensic program known as Axiom
I will say this though, my hopes have been tempered after hearing that testimony of the previous witness. So I don't know if I'm expecting anything anymore.
In that course, but I'm not certified in Axiom.
And regarding Celebrate, can you describe that software for us?
Celebrate is a forensic access
No, thank you. All right, Lindsay.
device forensics and cell phone extractions. It also has an analysis component for extractions.
And were you asked to do a forensic analysis on a cell phone belonging to Lindsay Clancy in 2023?
I was.
Did you do that?
I did.
And how did you do that?
I performed an advanced logical extraction on the iPhone device belonging to Lindsay Clancy.
Can you tell us what that means in just lay terms that we could all understand?
I'm going to speed through this.
An advanced logical extraction of an iPhone is essentially an iTunes backup. It is the information and data from the phone that you, as a user, can see, including images, calls, text messages, browser artifacts, basically everything that the person would see that uses an iPhone.
And is it just making a copy of everything that you can see on that phone?
That's correct.
And what is the analysis portion of, you mentioned you do Celebrate extraction and Celebrate analysis. What's the analysis portion?
In January 2023, the analysis
I could see that. He could be like a judo teacher or something like that. Yeah, I can see that.
software would be Celebrate
your
Physical
ass.
Analyzer. And with that, you can also export a report to be utilized in Celebrate Reader.
So basically, are you just taking someone's phone, making a copy of the data that's on it, and then looking through the data?
That's correct.
Is it an exact copy?
Yes. When the phone is forensically extracted by the Celebrate software, a hash value is created. A hash value is a unique digital fingerprint of the extraction. It's an alphanumeric string of characters. And every time the extraction is opened in the Celebrate software, that hash value is verified. If
Did Patrick give the PIN code to Lindsay's phone? The beach blonde does throw me off a little bit, though. I could see a little bit of a surfer in him. All right, so they do the Celebrate stuff. We have Lindsay's phone.
Create a report regarding data on Miss Clancy's phone from November of 2022 to December of 2022.
Go back. Go back.
yes,
Can we zoom in on that, please?
Go back.
And could you just explain for us the different columns we're seeing here?
the columns are automatically generated by the software when you create a supplemental report. This is a supplemental report created through the Celebrate Physical Analyzer software analysis tool. When you create the supplemental report, you can stipulate to certain parameters, certain content, certain timeframes based on your investigation. In this case, there are multiple columns at the top reflecting the different types of data, the timestamp for that data, a description and the source file for the data. This is a timeline report, and therefore it reflects those exact columns, and that is predetermined by the software.
So for example, where it says type, what is that telling us?
That's where Celebrate has parsed the data and categorized it based on the forensic extraction.
So there, number one, where it says activity sensitive data, what is that?
That would be the data from the health database within the phone.
If there was something in the direction box, what is direction?
All right, if I feel like I need to come back to the technicalities of the chart, we'll come back. All right, come on, let's go. Group text, on the text messages, population of the information. I put a contact in mom.
Farther at the top.
Yes, this is Microsoft Edge, and that is the proper method within this application.
And so if we were to search, for example, McLean,
Okay. I don't know. Can we just see it? What is happening here? I just want to see something on the screen.
here where it says more of a general depression mental health program like at McLean Hospital, is that the body of the text message that would have been sent from Lindsay's phone to Allison?
Correct.
And you can search through the PDF for whatever term you're looking for, whether it be Patrick or medications or anything that you're searching for. It will populate any text messages or searches about those keywords.
Yes.
If we could have the next one, please. Did you also do a report regarding things that were downloaded onto Ms. Clancy's phone?
Yes.
You can look here. Is this that report?
Yes, again, this is a supplemental report created within the Physical Analyzer analysis tool from Celebrate.
And what is this report showing us?
A singular item from the documents.
What am I looking at here? Nothing. I don't know what I'm looking at. Deleted files, maybe? I don't know. I'll take a picture of it.
Section of the project tree, otherwise known as the analysis component of Celebrite Physical Analyzer, and it's one single document.
And do you just, this blue hyperlink here at the top, 20, 22, 10, 12, 15, 28, is that what you click on to access the document?
Yes, when you create a supplemental report within Physical Analyzer, when it creates the PDF, if it has an attachment associated with it, that attachment will be in a separate folder within the report. That way, when you click on the actual hyperlink, you're brought to the physical document itself.
And for example, in this report, there was a request for medical leave form that was downloaded to the defendant's phone.
Yes.
We could go to the next one, please.
Okay, we know that she was requesting for medical leave. All right.
From December 26th, 2022 to January 24th, 2023, is this the same type of search for any information and data on the phone during that time period?
Again, a timeline report is a chronological report of a sequence of events on the device, and it has the same categories as the previous exhibit. And in here, the first item within the date parameters happens to be a calendar entry.
And so if we go here to page 846 of the document, can you explain for us here, is this web history, website visits that are documented on the phone?
That's one of the categories listed as an artifact. The items shown here on the screen are all associated with web browsing.
And here where we see 10773 and 10774, and they both state, can you treat a sociopath? Those are two.
Why are we not looking at the... Take me over here! Maybe the cameraman was given instructions, just keep the camera on the prosecutor and the person testifying at all times, and maybe occasionally Lindsay.
Entries that have basically the same search term, correct?
Yes.
What
That
is
was on
happening?
January 20th, 2023?
Yes.
And they both say 8:28 to 29 p.m. So is it possible to do two searches at the same time, like it is displayed there?
The Celebrite Physical Analyzer tool parses the information in ways that the information can be categorized in a multitude of ways. Simply because there's more than one entry does not mean that something was done more than once. It's simply just a category that Celebrite has identified. You could have an item that's in searched items because that's what the tool has identified as a searched item. Also within web history, as in the search item occurred within the web history. It does not necessarily mean that it was done more than once. It's the job of the examiner to be able to look at the timestamps and the associated databases to determine, is this more than one entry or the same action just categorized in multiple ways.
And when reviewing Ms. Clancy's phone, did you see numerous occasions where it looked like something was searched multiple times, but it all had the same exact timestamp?
That's correct.
And so what you just testified to make sure I'm understanding it, would be accurate to state that one search could be documented and located in many different areas of the phone?
It could be parsed in multiple ways by the analysis tool.
So basically categorized?
Correct.
So it's one search that's categorized as multiple different things?
That's possible.
And so here, where we had the search at the same exact time down to the second, that appears to be one search for...
I heard somewhere, maybe it was on Twitter, or maybe it was like someone's chat, I don't remember, but apparently the camera guy that is in this trial was the same camera guy who did the Karen Reed trial. I don't remember how he did in the Karen Reed trial. Maybe okay? I don't know. Did they also not show a lot of things in projector too? I feel like they did, right? No, they definitely did. There was like the searches. There was the... Yeah, we definitely saw a lot of stuff. Maybe something's different in this trial. Maybe they were told to just focus on the people testifying. I don't know. I want to see... I want to see the projector.
Can you treat a sociopath, not two, correct?
Yes.
We can go to the next one, please. Now, this area here, the separate report, is this the notes that were found on Ms. Clancy's phone?
That's correct.
And if we could zoom in on that.
Oh, thank goodness. We can see. Okay. All right.
Please. And there's basically detailed in journal form, correct?
Yes.
Starting October 24th, 2022, and moving down, correct?
The summary portion that you just pointed to is automatically generated by the application when it reads the first few lines of text. The more relevant date is in the column to the left.
So over here, where it says created, October 25th, 2022, that's when the note is first created?
That is the date that's detected by the analysis tool from the operating system of the device.
What does modified mean?
That's the date that was detected by the forensic tool and the last time that this note was modified according to the operating system.
Modified mean it was changed in some way?
Yes.
And so if I start a note in my phone on October 25th and I go in there every day and change it, and the last time I change it is November 3rd, will it show every modification or just the last modification?
The only date timestamp that will show is the last modification. Unless the forensic tool is able to categorize each time the note was changed, I'm only able to detect the modified timestamp or last modified timestamp and just the entirety of the note.
And excuse me, you don't know how many times this note was modified, correct?
Based on this forensic tool and this artifact, no.
Can you tell what within the note was changed?
I cannot.
So everything could have been the same and maybe a date changed, or there could have just been a date and everything was changed on November 3rd. You just don't know.
There could just been a one character change on the last modified date, but with this forensic tool and this artifact.
What's the date?
November 3rd.
Thank you.
And if we could just scroll down to the October 25th entry. And I would just like you to read this portion of the note. I would read it, I'm sorry, but I'm having some difficulty.
I'm sad and depressed because I am not able to parent my third child like my first. I want to treat any one of my babies like my first, but I know that's not a feasible possibility. I'm sad that I stopped breastfeeding. I feel not as connected with Cal now. I think I sort of resent my other children because they prevent me from treating Cal like my first baby, and I know that's not fair to them. I know that. I was feeling so depressed last evening when Cora and Dawson came home from school. I know it runs off on them, so we had a pretty rough evening. I want to feel love and connection with all my kids. I'm also probably having a bit of an internal conflict because my whole life I wanted to have a lot of kids. I still don't want Cal to be our last, but I have a lot of figuring out to do before I have another. I'm on the fence about starting a new medication for anxiety/depression. I just want to feel happy. I want to be able to relax and take care of my kids. And then when they go to bed at night, I want to deeply relax and hang out with Pat and then fall into a deep sleep for 8 hours, get up, and pour hard into myself for an hour and a half. Cal was so very planned and desired. I want to be able to give him all the love he deserves. I guess that's what it's like to be the third child, though. He's not the first third child to ever exist. I think I know he'll be okay, but it's really hard for me. I hate that he has to put himself to sleep. I'm sad I'm not breastfeeding anymore, but I think deep down, these are the right choices.
And if you could continue.
As for the sleep training, I needed a baby that slept through the night because I simply do not have the opportunity in my life to catch up on sleep. I just don't. If there was a time for me to nap every day, then that may not have been the case, but there really isn't. When Cal naps, I have to take care of Cora and Dawson. That's just how it is. It feels cruel to me that we did not do that to Cal, but the reality is we did what we had to do. I guess I also feel slightly traumatized by the sleep training, but that feeling was only really present when I was severely sleep deprived and paranoid. I know what we did was the right thing and okay. As for the breastfeeding, it kind of goes hand in hand with the sleep training. Once he started sleeping most of the night, it was then a daily struggle to keep up my milk supply. I was having to take a ton of supplements and constantly think about eating and drinking enough to keep the supply up, and then I was having to think about pumping extra to keep it up, and that was really hard to do with Cora and Dawson around. When I tried to leave Cal to go out with Cora and Dawson, I was stressed about the pumping, and not to mention the fact that Cal was at home and not taking a bottle, so it was a battle of if I should pump or not. I know I did the right thing because I need to be able to leave Cal with someone and get fed. As much as I don't want to leave him, I need to be able to. I need to be able to be present with my other kids. I still really, really want a fourth child, but I need a really good therapist before then. I'm on the fence about starting a new med or not. I want to feel happy, but it would be nice to feel authentically happy and not fake. But I need to feel happier than I did last evening because then I was pretty depressed and not enjoying any of my children. It was really sad. I needed the breastfeeding off of my plate. I'm struggling so hard because I wanted to parent each of my kids like my first, and since I can't, that's depressing to me. This is definitely the root cause of all our problems. Now I feel like I'm not parenting any of my kids the way I want to, and that makes me sad too. But I'm going to try my best today. Things I love doing that help me love and appreciate and enjoy my kids are activities with them. I definitely started having some depression after Cora, but once I started getting up and out with her, I felt much better. I think signing Cal up for baby music class would be a great thing. Maybe Fridays can be my day with him. I've just fallen out of the habit of doing anything fun, anything for myself, anything with Pat, and I need to work on that. On a positive note, I had a great deep night of sleep. I'm terrified of something happening to my kids or doing something wrong to mess up their development. Our generation is inundated with information about every aspect of parenting and everything that go wrong if you don't get it right, and all the scary things happening in the world. It's insane. For the last 5 years, I've just filled my mind with all things parenting, and it's just unhealthy.
Thank you. And so everything that you just read would have been written and filled in by the user, correct?
Correct.
If we could go to the next one.
She's shaking her head.
This is another note, is that correct?
That's correct.
And this note, it says it was created December 22nd, 2022, but then it was modified.
She asked Red something. Red's like, I don't know. I think Red says, I don't know.
It says it was created December 22nd, 2022, but then it was modified on January 23rd, 2023, correct?
Yes.
And this note here, again, we don't know how many.
What really stand out to me about that was, you know, the struggle that she was having, first child, second child, third child, not feeling like she could be present for her children or raise her third child the way that she did her first two child. And then she talks about how she wanted to have a fourth child. I'm like, what? Why? Why? Like, I get it, you know, more children, more love, but a lot of work too.
Times it was modified, you just know the last date it was modified, correct?
That's correct.
And you don't know what was changed in the note, you just know that something was.
Correct.
Okay. If we could go to the next one.
Okay.
Now, in this report, we're seeing some photographs, is that correct?
Yes.
And why did you flag these photographs?
The photographs had multiple modification dates relevant to the investigation.
How so?
The photographs,
Oh, I think it's baby. Is it baby Callan? Baby Callan all dressed up?
have created, modified, and access date that are all the same. However, the metadata indicates a much earlier time.
What is metadata?
Metadata is data about data. An image is data. And with the Celebrite Physical Analyzer tool, you're able to see the data about, in this case, an image. Metadata would be the device used to capture the image. It would be potentially based on the user settings, location data associated with the image, where the image was when it was taken, where the device was when the image was taken. A lot of times it'll tell the size of the image or the type of image file that it is.
And so basically when you look at the metadata of a photograph, you can tell what device was used to take it and the date that the photograph was taken on?
Correct.
And can you also tell if that photograph has been changed or modified in any way and when it was changed?
Using the forensic tool, I can make inferences based on certain modifications.
And how do you do that?
In this case, the image here is a .jpg. That's the file type of this image. Therefore, I know that the image that I'm seeing is created, modified, and accessed on this date. However, it has a capture time of November 2nd, 2022 at 11:27:15 a.m.
And is there something on here that says when it was modified?
Where the cursor is now, it indicates the modification date.
So above it is when it was created, below it's when it's modified? Or no, down here, capture time and the metadata is when it was initially created,
Can't see.
correct?
Correct. And you look at the source file, you can see the source file indicates that the image was modified under the component where it says adjustments.
So just for the jurors looking at this report, here in the metadata, capture time is when the photo was taken. Above it, the 1/23/23, that's the date that the picture was changed in some way.
Yes,
And are you able to tell how the photograph was changed?
I can do analysis based on an image and see that an image from its native format was modified.
So basically, if I'm on my phone and looking at photos and I brighten something or I crop something, crop someone out of a photo, that would show it as being modified?
It would show it as being modified. In this instance, it created a new file, which is why it has the created modified date being the same.
And so would it be accurate to state that on this type of phone, when you modify a photo, you can change that photo and leave it there changed, or you can create a new image with that changed photo?
Well, with an iOS device, Apple has the capability of taking what's known as a live photo. It's a proprietary name with Apple, but the exact file type is HEIC file. HEIC stands for High Efficiency Image Container. HEIC or a live photo is essentially that. It's a container or a burst of images that are taken over a very short period of time. It's a more effective way to store an image file within a device. It takes up less room. It also allows the user to have a multitude of pictures to choose from at a single point in time. If you modify an HEIC image to be a singular photo, you can save it to the file type known as a JPEG or JPG.
So a live photo is one of those photos that's taken and you see a little movement before it settles into the photo when you look at it?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that an automatic setting on iPhones that it's set to live and you have to change it if you don't want that feature?
That's correct.
And so if you modify the photo and save that photo, that modified photo is not live?
Correct.
And is that what you saw here? There were a lot of photographs of the children that were accessed and modified in some way?
Yes.
And during what time frame were these photographs accessed and changed?
During the evening hours of January 23rd, 2023.
So that's the night before the kids are killed.
Okay, if we could go to the next, please. And what is this report displaying?
This is another timeline report with the first event starting January 24th, 2023 at 4 o'clock p.m.
And does it go on January 24th, 2023 from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m.?
What are we looking at? No, don't. Stay on the screen.
That's correct.
No, stay on the screen. Wait. Don't move. What is this? Maybe it's not important. Introducing Limestone Leopard Brewmate, a white hot print for winter. Limited quantities available. Oh, is it? Is it an ad for shopping or something?
That's correct. It encompasses everything that would be before that time frame. It appears the last entry is 7:02:01 p.m.
And this would contain all of the things that were done with the phone between 4 and 8 p.m. on January 24th, 2023. Is that correct?
Everything that was detected by the forensic tool based on the extraction type.
Okay. And if we could go to the time frame 4:30 to 4:35.
I'm confused because the kids would have been killed by then. Are these just, oh, maybe these are just like, you know how sometimes you sign up for like texting from some companies and they send you the messages? Maybe that's what it is. Hi, Bebo. Seems to be a high need for control. Coming face to face with reality, not psychosis, not insanity.
Tool will search Miralax. Looking here, starting at item 37 at 4:46 p.m. Is there a search for Miralax for kids on the phone?
Show us.
Yes.
And again, we're seeing this, the search for Miralax for kids, 44655, 44655, the same time over and over again. Is that another example of one search showing up in multiple categories?
Correct. As an examiner, I would be looking at the timestamp and also the category second box in from the left, indicating that the Celebrate software has parsed it in multiple locations.
Why are we not looking at the screen?
If you could start screening.
Sorry, I was hoping they would show the screen so I couldn't screen grab it.
Miralax. Looking here, starting at item 37 at 4:46 p.m., is there a search for Miralax for kids on the phone?
Yes.
And again, we're seeing this, the search for Miralax for kids, 44655, 44655, the same time over and over again. Is that another example of one search?
The Miralax search.
If you could start screening. In searching 3B in the document, we see here multiple sources. You could do a search with the number 3. So we see here at 4:43 p.m. on January 24th, a search for the 3V menu, correct?
Yes.
If we could scroll down a little. And again, those are all at the same time, so they indicate one search for the menu.
Yes, and the tools parsed it in multiple categories.
And if we could go back. Was there also a search for an Apple Maps for 3V?
Yes.
And what time was that?
I'm sorry, there's a glare.
If we could go to 4:13 p.m. And here in Apple Maps, do we see 3V restaurant at 4:13 p.m.?
Yes.
And when you're using a map feature to look up a location, such as Apple Maps, what type of information do you?
That was at 4:15. 4:13. I wish I could see. Maybe I'll try to take a screen grab of this.
3V restaurant at 4:13 p.m.
4:13.
Yes.
And when you're using a map feature to look up a location, such as Apple Maps, what type of information do you learn when you plug in a location or an address into Apple Maps?
A route preview.
And does that route preview give you a length of time it would take to travel to that location?
Depending on what you indicate as your originating location, yes.
And so if you plug in 3V restaurant to Apple Maps and it maps out a route to get there, does it tell you from your location to 3V how long it would take to get there?
Based on traffic conditions, yes.
Because that changes constantly, correct?
Yes.
So if I open up my Apple Maps and I put in 3V right now from here, at this time, the time it takes to get there might be different than, say, at 6 o'clock tonight.
Yes.
And so if we can go to 4:47 p.m. And here at 4:47 p.m., again, we're seeing the search for Kids Miralax, correct?
Yes.
Is there also a visit to a CVS website here at 4:47:04?
Yes, it's categorized in multiple categories within the tool, but it parsed an artifact at that time.
If you could scroll down a little, please. To the phone call, the next phone call, right here. This outgoing phone call at 4:48:21 to 781-585-6581. Did you learn that that was a phone call to the CVS at 189 Summer Street in Kingston?
Yes.
And so that would be an outgoing phone call from the defendant's phone to CVS.
Yes.
Can we go to 4:53 p.m., please? And then there's a message, it says message 80, outgoing from the defendant's phone at 4:53:09 from Lindsay to Patrick Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And it says, any chance you want to do takeout from 3V? I didn't cook anything, it's been a long day, correct?
That's the content of the message.
Is there a response in message 82 from Patrick to Lindsay?
Yes, there is.
And what is the answer?
Yeah.
And then is there a response from Lindsay to Patrick at message 84?
Yes.
And what is that?
Okie dokie.
And then message 86, again from Lindsay to Patrick, does she send him another message?
She does.
And what does that say?
Check the menu when you can.
And then if you could scroll down to the next message. Is that message?
Was it? Search for 3V. I mean, she did search for the menu. I think that helps her. If she didn't even bother searching for the menu and she just looked at the Apple Maps, like how far is it? Then it could show that like she didn't really care about what she was going to eat that night. I don't know. I think it helps her a bit that she searched for the menu.
Message 90 from Patrick to Lindsay asking if Callan just got up.
It is.
And then message number 92 is that from Patrick to Lindsay saying, also, what are you getting?
Yes.
And then 94 at 5:06 p.m. is that from Lindsay to Patrick stating, but it was just a short nap in message 96.
Yes.
And then at message 97 at 5:06 is 3D menu search.
Yes.
And that source says Safari. Is that a Safari web search for the 3D menu?
Safari is the default web browser on an iOS device, and iOS stands for iPhone operating system.
So that's a basic search on your iPhone for the 3D menu.
Utilizing the Safari web application, correct.
And then number 98 is that another search for Pedialyte.
Correct.
Excuse me. Now both the search for 3D menu and the search for Pedialyte are at 5:06:45. How does that happen? That there are two searches for two different things at the same time.
Can you repeat the question?
So you have in message 97, you have on January 24th, 2023 at 5:06:45, a search for 3D menu. But on the same date at the same time, a search for Pedialyte.
And what's the question?
How does it happen that you have two searches at the same time?
I would only be able to make an inference from here without having the forensic tool available to me.
And what would the inference be?
That there was more than one tab open.
Okay, so on your phone or a computer, when you're doing web searches, you can have multiple pages open, correct?
Yes.
And you can just click on whatever page you want to open, you can click on and that will open up.
Correct. You can select which tab you want within the Safari application.
Tabs, right? Okay. So how many tabs?
You know what? I think the reason why we don't have court tomorrow, I think he might be like the last witness for the Commonwealth. Maybe the defense is going to start their case on Monday. I don't know. Me speculating.
Can you have open at any one time?
I'm not sure the number, but I've seen iOS devices capable of having more than 30 or 40 tabs open at a time.
It wouldn't be uncommon or unusual to have at least two
I have more than that.
open to two different web searches.
No.
Okay. If we could scroll down a little, please. And then we have in 106 and 105, both messages. First 105, we have a web history at 506:47, the menu at 3V restaurant, again, the source Safari. And then we have cookies at 506:48.3vrestaurant.com. Can you tell us what the difference between those two are?
They're both from different databases. They're both associated with web browsing. Web history is from the history component of the Safari application. Cookies are installed through web browsing. Through legislation, when you visit a website for the first time, you'll typically be prompted, do you want to allow the website to download cookies onto your device? Cookies downloaded to your device serve a multitude of reasons. One might be that it allows the website or the company to be able to track your activity while on their website, which helps them for marketing and business purposes. Another component of cookies would be to enhance the web browsing experience for a website you go to on a regular basis. It would increase the load time. So it is an artifact that is indicative of web browsing.
And so message 108, again, we have at 506:49, we have a message from Patrick to Lindsay saying, oh, okay, is that correct?
Yes.
And then message 112, we have a message from Lindsay to Patrick where she says Mediterranean Power Bowl, correct?
Yes.
And that was at 5:07 p.m. We have message 115 from Patrick to Lindsay at 5:08 p.m. Okay, I'll do scallop and pork belly risotto. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And then if we could go to 5:10 p.m., the phone call right there. Oh, go back to it. And so we have two phone calls here, one at 5:09 p.m. and one at 5:10 p.m. The first to 508-747-4950, and the other to 508-927-4046. The first one is for 11 seconds, correct?
That's the duration, yes.
And that's noted here above source.
Yes.
And then the second is 47 seconds, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you look into these two phone calls?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall the 508-927-4046 being the number for the 3V restaurant?
Yes.
And if we could scroll down a little bit. Are there further searches at 5:13 p.m., starting at number 128 for Pedialax?
That's correct.
And again, we're seeing that same thing with the same time, but multiple different categories that one search is located in, correct?
Correct. Single artifact, multiple categories that the tool parsed it as.
Can we go to 5:33 p.m., please? Oh, I'm sorry. Stop there. Thank you. 146, message 146, a message from Lindsay to Patrick at 5:15 p.m., which states Pedialex liquid stool softener, correct?
Yes.
Right. And then at 147, we have 5:33:51 p.m. Is that a phone call from Patrick's phone to Lindsay's phone?
Yes.
And that has zeros in it for duration. Does that indicate the call wasn't answered?
It would be an inference.
And then going down to 150, we have an outgoing call from the defendant's phone to Patrick Clancy for 14 seconds at 5:34 p.m., correct?
Yes.
That means the call lasted approximately 14 seconds.
Correct.
And then the last item there, item 152, that is an incoming call to the defendant's phone from Patrick Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And again, we have zeros here indicating that the call wasn't answered, correct?
It's an inference, yes.
What time was it?
In Patrick Clancy. That is an incoming call to the, and then the last item there, item 152, that is an incoming call to the defendant's phone from Patrick Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And again, we have zeros here indicating that the call wasn't answered, correct?
What time?
It's an inference, yes.
What time was that?
If I could have these reports that I just went over submitted on this disc as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
236. Did you also, looking through the defendant's phone, access the information on the calendar portion of the phone?
I did.
And the calendar portion of the phone, does that have different types of data, both populated by the phone itself and Apple, and then items populated by the user?
Yes.
Could you give us an example of something that would be populated by Apple and not the user?
A national holiday such as Christmas Day would be populated by the operating system through the web, through the application of Calendar.
And then if I'm using my phone and I'm putting in appointments or parties or things I'm going to, that would be something that the user is putting into the calendar?
Correct.
And did you do a report of all the calendar activity for Lindsay Clancy's phone from August 4th, 2022 to January 31st, 2023?
I did.
If I could have this marked as today's exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted. Ms. Sprague, is this a good time to take the morning break?
I just have one more exhibit to put in, and then I would be done.
That's fine.
Did you, I'm sorry.
I gotta use the bathroom too, Judge.
All right, thank you.
Did you also do a report on all the text messages between the defendant's phone and an individual that had been labeled Mommy?
Yes,
And was that for the month of January 2023?
I did.
We move to have these admitted as the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
I have nothing further.
All right. So why don't we take the morning recess at this time? All right. So
Wait, you have nothing further? Is someone else going to testify about these messages with Mommy?
members of the jury are going to take a short recess, and then we'll return back to the case.
All right. Please. Wait, please.
All right, guys. I don't know if she meant like she has nothing further with this witness and maybe another person's going to testify more about digital stuff. We'll see. But I wonder if we have any more notes. After the note was read, Lindsay shook her head. And then a little bit after, Lindsay was playing with her hair and asked Reddington a question. So these are some new movements from Lindsay. Haven't really seen too much from her. Stain A, the one in the basement, Lindsay stipulated that that was Cora's blood, meaning she agrees to that fact. I don't know if they really get into how that blood got there. They did mention that there was some hemorrhaging inside the children's lip area. I don't know. It's a possibility that she may have bit her lip when that happened, when she was getting strangled. Which is really sad to even think about that.
Jurors are back to the courtroom.
All right. We'll be in recess on this matter. Thank you.
All right.
All right. Any questions? I'm going to use the restroom real quick. I gotta use the bathroom. I will be back.
I cannot.
So everything could have been the same and maybe a date.
Because I simply do not have the opportunity in my life to catch up on sleep. I just don't. If there was a time desired, again, out to be our last, but I have a lot of figuring. I'm not able to parent my third child. There could just been a one character change on the last modified date, but with this forensic tool and this artifact.
What's the date?
November 3rd.
Thank you.
And if we could just scroll down to the October 25th entry. And scroll November 3rd.
Thank you.
I cannot.
So
To detect the modified timestamp or last modified timestamp and just the entirety of the note.
And excuse me, you don't know how many times this note was modified, correct?
Based on this forensic tool and this artifact, no.
Can you tell what within the note was changed?
I cannot.
So everything could have been the same and maybe a date changed, or there could have just been a date and everything was changed on November 3rd. You just don't know.
There could just been a one character change on the last modified date, but with this forensic tool and this artifact.
What's the date?
November 3rd.
Thank you.
And if we could just scroll down to the October 25th entry. And I would just like you to read this portion of the note. I would read it. I'm sorry, but I'm having some difficulty.
I'm sad and depressed because I am not able to parent my third child like my first. I want to treat any one of my babies like my first, but I know that's not a feasible possibility. I'm sad that I stopped breastfeeding. I feel not as
the
connected
entire
with
time. I'm so sorry. Well, it was on the screen, so I hope you guys were reading it on your own. I had the screen up. Oh my gosh. I hope you guys are reading it on your own. Oh my gosh. I hate myself. All right. I was basically reading the affirmations to you guys. Would you like me to read it again? I had it on the screen. Maybe you guys were reading on your own. I think I hit the spacebar button and then that triggered my microphone to turn off. We were yelling at you. Okay, one in chat if you want me to read the affirmations again. Two if you're like, no, you're good. I already read it on my own. Also, we have time to just hang for a bit because the court is not back yet. I don't know what is happening here. I think we are going to have a short day today. I don't know. Who else are we going to get to testify? Who else do we have? And you know what's funny? For people that are way behind, I'm gonna see the muted comments later on. Yes, please. I wasn't looking. I was working. Okay, that's fine. I will read it for you guys. Let me find it real quick. These are the affirmations. They did technically read it days ago, but I kind of wish since we're revisiting it again, just read it again. Why not? Let me find it. Here it is. Okay, I found it. Window capture. Okay, I'm here. October 24, 2022. This is in Lindsay's phone, journal 2. Affirmations. I am strong. I am brave. I will get through this. I will overcome postpartum anxiety and depression. I am a great mom. I love my kids. I love my family. I love my life. I am happy. I take care of myself. Gratitude. My mom for being there for me no matter what, and coming to help at the drop of the hat. My husband for picking up the slack when I've been feeling down. My husband for taking the big kids out to do things when I felt like I can't. The knowledge of how I can turn things around naturally. The space in my house to do this routine. October 25th, 2022. And I was like, okay, well, I'm going to have him read that portion. So sir is going to read this for us.
I'm sad and depressed because I am not able to parent my third child like my first. I want to treat any one of my babies like my first, but I know that's not a feasible possibility. I'm sad that I stopped breastfeeding. I feel not as connected with Cal now. I think I sort of resent my other children because they prevent me from treating Cal like my first baby, and I know that's not fair to them. I know that. I was feeling so depressed last evening when Cora and Dawson came home from school. I know it runs off on them, so we had a pretty rough evening. I want to feel love and connection with all my kids. I'm also probably having a bit of an internal conflict because my whole life I wanted to have a lot of kids. I still don't want Cal to be our last, but I have a lot of figuring out to do before I have another. I'm on the fence about starting a new medication for anxiety/depression. I just want to feel happy. I want to be able to relax and take care of my kids. And when they go to bed at night, I want to deeply relax and hang out with Pat and then fall into a deep sleep for 8 hours, get up, and pour hard into myself for an hour and a half. Cal was so very planned and desired. I want to be able to give him all the love he deserves. I guess that's what it's like to be the third child, though. He's not the first third child to ever exist. I think I know he'll be okay, but it's really hard for me. I hate that he has to put himself to sleep. I'm sad I'm not breastfeeding anymore, but I think deep down, these are the right choices.
If you could continue.
As for the sleep training, I needed a baby that slept through the night because I simply do not have the opportunity in my life to catch up on sleep. I just don't. If there was a time for me to nap every day, then that may not have been the case, but there really isn't. When Cal naps, I have to take care of Cora and Dawson. That's just how it is. It feels cruel to me that we did not do that to Cal, but the reality is we did what we had to do. I guess I also feel slightly traumatized by the sleep training, but that feeling was only really present when I was severely sleep deprived and paranoid. I know what we did was the right thing and okay. As for the breastfeeding, it kind of goes hand in hand with the sleep training. Once he started sleeping most of the night, it was then a daily struggle to keep up my milk supply. I was having to take a ton of supplements and constantly think about eating and drinking enough to keep the supply up, and then I was having to think about pumping extra to keep it up, and that was really hard to do with Cora and Dawson around. When I tried to leave Cal to go out with Cora and Dawson, I was stressed about the pumping, and not to mention the fact that Cal was at home and not taking a bottle, so it was a battle of if I should pump or not. I know I did the right thing because I need to be able to leave Cal with someone and get fed. As much as I don't want to leave him, I need to be able to. I need to be able to be present with my other kids. I still really, really want a fourth child, but I need a really good therapist before then. I'm on the fence about starting a new med or not. I want to feel happy, but it would be nice to feel authentically happy and not fake. But I need to feel happier than I did last evening because then I was pretty depressed and not enjoying any of my children. It was really sad. I needed the breastfeeding off of my plate. I'm struggling so hard because I wanted to parent each of my kids like my first, and since I can't, that's depressing to me. This is definitely the root cause of all our problems. Now I feel like I'm not parenting any of my kids the way I want to, and that makes me sad too. But I'm going to try my best today. Things I love doing that help me love and appreciate and enjoy my kids are activities with them. I definitely started having some depression after Cora, but once I started getting up and out with her, I felt much better. I think signing Cal up for baby music class would be a great thing. Maybe Fridays can be my day with him. I've just fallen out of the habit of doing anything fun, anything for myself, anything with Pat, and I need to work on that. On a positive note, I had a great deep night of sleep. I'm terrified of something happening to my kids or doing something wrong to mess up their development. Our generation is inundated with information about every aspect of parenting and everything that go wrong if you don't get it right, and all the scary things happening in the world. It's insane. For the last 5 years, I've just filled my mind with all things parenting, and it's just unhealthy.
Thank you.
Commonwealth, oh, so she shook her head there. Commonwealth argument for closing, I guess, will be that Lindsay had a very specific way of how she wanted her kids to be raised. She wanted to have a lot of kids. She wanted to have this ideal marriage with Patrick. And maybe she felt like she just messed up her kids, messed up her marriage. She wanted to start over. She just wanted to completely just end the kids' suffering because they're already messed up, end this marriage because it was already falling apart, and just start anew. That's what I see in closing arguments, I guess. We did hear a little bit about it in opening, but I felt like in opening, I was like more confused if anything, because it was like, I don't know, they did pitch the whole control thing, and they did pitch that if no one can raise the kids like Lindsay can, then the kids weren't going to be around anymore if Lindsay's not there. But now we throw in the the unaliving portion. We'll see how the state ties it all together in their closing. All right, I just want to go back and listen to it. Lindsay
And
shakes
so
her head.
everything that you just read would have been written and filled in by the user, correct?
Correct.
If we could go to the next one.
I don't think they read the next one. Do they? She's shaking her head.
This is another note, is that correct?
That's correct.
And this note, it says it was created December 22nd, 2022.
Plates with
Then it was
hair, asked
modified on
Reddington
January
something.
23rd, 2023.
This note, they don't read it. I don't know. I'm going to read it. Created on December 22nd, modified the day before the kids were killed. Title: Medication stole my motherhood and my life. Summary: I was the healthiest, happiest mom. I worked out every morning, meditated, took care of myself so I could be the best for my kids until prescription medicine stole from me my own body. It began with a touch of postpartum anxiety. The baby wouldn't. It gets cut off. I don't know if it was a touch of postpartum anxiety. I think she had extreme anxiety. I was the healthiest, happiest mom. I worked out every morning, meditated, took care of myself so I could be the best for my kids until prescription medicine stole from me from my own body. It began with a touch of postpartum anxiety. The baby wouldn't take a bottle. I was due to go back to work. He was on a strict nap schedule to get him to sleep through the night. I had 3 young kids to take care of and was a touch anxious. So I did what you do. Asked a psychiatrist for some Zoloft. It took me weeks to take it, but finally took the plunge. I took 25 milligrams for 1 week, and then on my 7th day, I increased to 50 milligrams as instructed by my doctor. Well, that night, I couldn't sleep a wink. I did take a medication at night. I didn't know I wasn't supposed to, but still, not a wink. I called my psychiatrist the next morning. She said to stop taking it. The second night, I barely slept too. She prescribed Ativan and Benadryl to fall asleep the next night. That's when everything started going downhill. I took those meds to sleep for 2.5 weeks until the Zoloft was out of my system, and then weaned off the Ativan, followed by the Benadryl. And once I tried not to take anything, I couldn't fall asleep and stay asleep. I'd become dependent on the Ativan to sleep, but I didn't realize it. I went to it gets cut off.
Now, in this report, we're seeing some photographs. Is that correct?
Yes.
And why?
I don't know why they don't read it. I feel like that's very important to read. Okay, and then this is when they go into Lindsay modifying photos of the children the night before. Okay, they're back. Cross-examination.
This court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right, counsel, we ready for the jury?
So we see a little more movement from Lindsay today. Just a little bit more movement.
Yeah, thank you.
Cross-examination. Who is Sir Facial Hair? Oh, I think I only have one eyeliner on. Oh, gosh. Greetings. All right, so the jury's coming in.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the
Team that, morning.
Morning, sir.
So you are part of the prosecution team that handles the downloads of computers and cell phones and things like that, right?
Specifically mobile devices, sir, not computers.
Mobile devices, okay. And the other gentleman that testified, Pavo, is that his name?
Paveo, sir.
Paveo. And he did the laptops that were found in the office, in the home, right?
Correct. He has those certifications.
Okay. Now, the district attorney had asked you some questions about different searches that you had done on Celebrate and on Axiom. All your searches dealt with Lindsay's cell phone, right?
To clarify, sir, I did no searches on Axiom.
Okay. You did searches on Celebrate.
Celebrate.
This is the only forensic tool I use, correct?
All right. And basically, I'm just trying to get a handle on that you and your other brother or sister officers would examine, for example, the computers that were found in Patrick's office in the house, right? You didn't, but the other people did, right?
That's correct.
And then you got the computer, strike that, you got the cell phone that was Lindsay's cell phone, right?
Yes, sir.
And you then did, what's called an advanced logical of Lindsay's phone, is that right?
That's correct.
And what is an advanced logical? What does that mean?
It's an extraction that utilizes the iTunes backup of an iOS device, and it acquires most of the user-facing content, meaning calls, texts, images,
Okay.
browser history.
So you lost me on user-facing. What does that mean?
What the user sees when they're using the phone.
Okay, so like if you pick up a phone and you open it up, then you're interfacing with the phone and you're looking at different things, such as photographs, emails, texts, things like that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. In addition to Trooper, now Sergeant Paveo, and yourself, there also was another trooper that you were working with, the guy by the name of Rabbit, like Roger Rabbit, right?
Yes, Joseph Rabbit was assigned to the unit at the time.
And he also conducted a search, but he did what's called a full file system extraction, right?
I don't recall.
Okay, what is a full file system extraction as opposed to advanced logical extraction?
A full file system extraction would acquire the databases and information that you cannot see as a user on a device.
I see. So your extraction was done on January 30th, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Rabbit's extraction was done on January 27th, right?
I'm not aware of Trooper Rabbit's extraction.
Did you ever collaborate with him as investigator investigating Lindsay Clancy on this case and talk about what you located or what he located?
I had no discussion with him about the phone extraction.
All right. Is he still working for the state police?
He is.
Would you agree with me that the full file extraction actually gets more information than the advanced logical? In other words, Rabbit's extraction would have got more information than you got on your advanced logical.
That's correct.
So one of the things the district attorney had asked you about was in reference to Exhibit 237, and that would be the Celebrate report. Is that correct? Basically, the caption for the extraction on the Celebrate report.
This is a supplemental report that I completed from the physical analyzer software.
Okay. And would that be Celebrate?
Yes.
It says Celebrate. That's what I asked. Looking at Exhibit 237, the second page, that on the very top that I'm looking at here, can you tell me on the right, what is it depicting on the right?
It's
Little box? Yeah, I know that. You see the little box? Well, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to close you. This here is the exhibit that the district attorney asked you to look at, 237, right?
yes, sir.
Okay. And it's a Celebrate report, right?
It's a supplemental report. Yes.
And that would be the calendar search, right?
The calendar supplemental report. Correct.
Okay. So that means that if Lindsay had appointments anywhere, it would have been, presumably, if she put it in the phone, in her calendar, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when you looked at your investigation, directing your attention to the start time, what date are we talking about here?
The start time is August 14th, 2022 at midnight. End time would be August 14th, 2022, 11:59 p.m.
Okay. So if you look down to the next one, it says, what date?
August 23rd, 2022, 10 a.m.
Okay. And did she make an entry?
Oh man, I can't hear any of them. Can you move the microphone, sir?
Her computer on that date and time.
She did, sir.
And can you tell me what the entry was?
The subject is 10 a.m. Callan, Kingston, vaccine.
So Callan would be the son. She had it in her phone that he had an appointment to get a vaccine at 10 p.m.?
The time is 10 a.m.
10 a.m., okay. And the next one, what is the next one?
Would you like to know the subject, sir, or the date?
Yeah, sure. Just whatever the date is and then what the subject is.
Okay. The start time is August 23rd, 2022, 5 p.m. The subject of the entry is 9:45, Kingston, Dawson, ear check.
And that would be indicative of an appointment that she had at the pediatrician's office for Dawson's ear check at 9:45 in the morning. Is that correct?
Could be an inference, I'm not sure, but that's the entry.
Okay. Now, looking at Exhibit 235,
Oh, he's
tell
back.
me,
You might as well just stay up there.
what is this document?
Hey, don't eat your feet, Sheriff.
I recognize it as a screen capture from an Axiom phone extraction.
Right. And you did indicate you were Axiom qualified, right?
I am not, sir. I'm familiar with the program as a result of my training at Great Key. Magna Forensics owns Great Key Technology, and in the training course for Great Key, process extractions using Axiom, but I'm not certified in the software of Axiom.
But you can interpret it. You understand what that shows you. It's just a listing of different activities on the phone, right?
I'm aware of what the screenshot depicts, yes.
All right. Can you tell me see the highlighted one, can you tell us what that is, the date and the time and what it's referencing? Do you need a magnifying glass?
References a website, sir.
And what's the website?
Mail.google.com.
That mail, like M-A-I-L, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does it indicate whose mail it is? Does it show it on the right-hand side of the box?
He's like, this is not my report. I don't know, man.
I can't definitively determine whose mailbox it is.
Okay.
Trooper, I'm going to ask you, make sure you keep your voice up, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
The next page. It's pretty much the same thing on the same day. Okay. Can you tell us on that page who signed in under what email?
The artifact is indicating that there's a title with an email.
What's the name?
Sorry. patrickclancy@gmail.com.
So that's fair to say that that would be patrickclancy@gmail.com. That's his email that signed in on Lindsay's Facebook.
I can't confirm that.
Okay. And when you were going through her phone, is it fair to say that, I mean, there wasn't much in her life that wasn't exposed to the state police and the DA's office and the investigators? I mean, your report initially was 180,000 pages of PDF, right?
It was a very large download, sir.
Does 180,000 sound about right?
It does.
So 180,000 pages on a PDF, you do a number of extractions, and then you get into the one that you were testifying about. The district attorney indicated, or you stated that it was 768 pages of text messages that she had, along with photographs perhaps?
That was a timeline search. The number of items in that report are indicative only of the time frame in which I was utilizing within the software.
Okay. So when you went through her phone, did you come across on a Celebrate report searching for where is the carotid artery?
I don't recall.
Did you come across, might be easier this way. This is a Celebrate report on Lindsay's phone, right? Now, I understand that you might not have been standing next to another cop going through the records and documents on her phone, but on this, you're able to recognize that as being the Celebrate report, right?
It is a Celebrate report, sir.
And it's a Celebrate report for her phone. You can tell by the numbers, right? Maybe this would help a little bit. You see this here where it talks about source file and it's got a number, quadruple 08110-000925E and all the rest of them. That would be her phone, right?
I don't have that number memorized.
Well, of course not, but it would be in your report?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Celebrate extraction report?
It would depend on the supplemental report that you have, sir, whether or not that character was displayed.
Because this is, we agree, is Lindsay's cell phone. Celebrate extraction report.
This item you have here, sir?
No, I'm sorry, the exhibit.
This is the calendar supplemental report, yes.
For Lindsay, so what's the number? You must have a number that would connect to her phone, like an address, like your home address, but in fact it would be a number, right?
It's a device identifier. It is not presented in the supplemental report.
Okay, where would the device identifier be presented?
It'd be presented in the front page of the initial extraction report.
He's getting his steps in.
180,000, whatever it is, pages, right? You don't have that here. Certainly 180,000 pages. You don't have that here, right?
No, sir.
Excuse me, Your Honor. Sure. Mr. Barrow, for a minute.
Mr. Barrow? Oh, that's not his PI. We know the name of his PI. Something else. Maybe that's his expert, cell phone expert
Did you
guy.
bring your report today with you? Just the report, not all the exhibits.
No, sir.
So you would agree with me, sir, that one of the concerns as an investigator that you had is things such as looking for buzzwords like suicide, right?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
When you're looking on the target's phone, and out of this whole courtroom, the target would be Lindsay Clancy, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you had access to her phone, right?
Yes, sir.
And you all went into it with a search warrant, right?
Yes, sir.
And you were looking for different topics, such as suicide, drugs, killing kids, I imagine, to investigate, right? You had buzzwords.
Yes, sir.
And did you come across, for example, a search that indicates carotid artery?
I don't recall.
Did you come across a search on Safari, how to slit your throat to die?
I don't recall.
Did you come across a search, can you turn airbags off on Kia Sorento?
I don't recall.
Did you know that she had a Kia Sorento?
I did not.
if I approach you with this Celebrate report, sir, does that give you the number?
Could that also be used against her though? So she Google searched how to slit your throat and then ended up not doing it the way that it should have been done. I don't know. That sounds really fucking dark.
For what I just went through with these searches?
The universal device identifier is a match.
It is a match, okay.
Yes, between this document in my hand and the ones that you're holding.
So would you agree, what's the first search on the first box?
The value associated with the source file is carotid artery.
And the next box?
How to slit your throat to die.
And the next box?
Can you turn airbags off on Kia Sorento?
These all came from Lindsay's phone, right?
I can't confirm that.
Well, it's a pretty good inference, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You want to read off of these?
If we could just see them at sidebar.
He printed these out. Had them on a poster board. All right, sidebar. So it seems like these were on the Axiom report that was done on the full extraction by someone the name of Rabbit. First name, not Roger.
Thank you. And just, and done, thanks. And if I can, just for continuity, sir, looking at what has been marked as Exhibit R, S, and T for identification, not an exhibit yet, the jury would have, but nevertheless, we can question you about it. You do agree with me that the phone identifier numbers are listed here, and they're pretty much the same on these three exhibits, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that would be Lindsay Clancy's phone, right?
I can't confirm that. Yes, sir.
So I've just handed you Exhibit 237, sir. Can you tell me what that exhibit is? The district attorney questioned you about it.
It's a supplemental report that I compiled from the Celebrate software on the calendar application.
Do you have access to what was referred to as the mummy text messages?
Not with this document, sir.
So that document is the calendar that we had already gone through as far as seeing the doctor, 9:45 and 10 o'clock appointments, right?
That's correct.
Sorry. Is the
I'm guessing maybe someone else is going to testify about these mommy documents, messages with mommy. It was mentioned in the Commonwealth direct examination, and then it was just like, okay, that's it. I'm like, huh? Are we going to get into this one too? Or no? What's happening here? Are we waiting?
Exhibit 238.
Exhibit 238, sir, if I may. On the exhibit, sir, this would be captioned the mummy text message thread between Lindsay and her mother. Is that fair to say?
For January of 2023, sir, yes.
Okay, so this search was limited by the police to January of 2023 for the texts between Lindsay and her mother, right?
Correct, sir. The filtered supplemental report from Celebrate.
Filtered supplemental report, okay. So who would be, when the jury's looking at these in the jury room, who would be the blue texter? Would it be Lindsay or her mother?
You could just look at the participant delivered status sent from Lindsay owner to mommy. So the green would be from the owner of the phone to the recipient, mommy.
Okay, so green would be Lindsay, blue would be the mother.
That's correct.
All right. Now let me give you Exhibit 238, and just a representative example. I mean, looking through, will you look at September 28th at 6:18 in the morning?
Sir, can you repeat that date?
Yeah, sure. September 28th. Oh, you didn't do, that's right, you didn't do September. You only did January, right?
Sir, this exhibit is just for January of 2023.
Okay, I apologize. Let's jump to January then.
Let me see. Let's see if I can get a... We saw the edge of it. Can we see it? Not really.
For January.
No.
text message thread between Lindsay and her mother. Is that
Hi. What are you doing, maybe?
the
Really see it.
text message thread between Lindsay and her mother? Is that
I think it's hi and what are you doing? I don't know. That's the best I could see.
28? Oh, you didn't do, that's right, you didn't do September. You only did January 3rd,
January 3rd.
8:35 in the morning. Do you have that?
One moment, sir.
Sure. On at January 3rd at 8:37.
Whole psychiatry team. I'm all right, period. Anxious about meeting with the whole psychiatry team.
How about the next message that she sent at January 3rd at 8:37 in the morning?
In 31 seconds.
Sure.
I'm just worried they won't send me home soon.
Now, do you know, as a police officer working in this case, what she meant, send me home? Do you know where she was on January 3rd?
McLean.
It would be an inference only, sir.
That's all right. You can infer.
I believe she was in a medical facility.
Wouldn't this be helpful for the Commonwealth? Why didn't they bring up these text messages? They were trying to say that Lindsay was so eager about leaving McLean and she wanted to finish with her treatment.
McLean Hospital.
I recall that hospital being mentioned.
And then on January 8th, sir, at 10:44 in the morning, was there a text from her mother to Lindsay, if you know? 10:44. Where the mother asked, did you sleep good?
1 second, sir. It's cut off by the clip here. 10:44 and 30 seconds a.m.
Yeah.
From mommy to Lindsay. Great. That will be fun. Sleep good last night, question mark.
And did she respond? She meaning Lindsay?
She did.
What'd she say?
I actually did.
And this was on January 8th, sir?
That's correct.
January 10th, could you pull that up, please? At 9:48 in the morning?
Doesn't this help the Commonwealth more? Lindsay wanted to go home. She wanted to be sent home. She was getting better sleep.
I apologize, sir. Can you repeat the time on the 10th?
9:48 in the morning,
9:48.
beginning with mother asking questions of Lindsay. Still sleeping good, question mark.
Reddington, you gotta get up there, man.
I have a message at 9:48 and 15 seconds from mommy to Lindsay.
Okay, what is that?
Good morning. How are you doing today, question mark.
And what did she say in response?
Good, period, at the gym with the kids.
And what was the date? Was that January 10th?
2023, 9:48, 21 seconds a.m.
So do you have January 10th in front of you, not the 23rd?
My correction, sir. January 10th, 2023 at 9:48 and 21 seconds.
All right. And what did the mother ask her?
Nice, still sleeping good.
Did she ask her, are you feeling better during the day? And she said, so far, a little bit.
Would you like me to read that, sir?
Yeah.
At January 10th, 2023, 9:53:01 seconds a.m. Are you feeling any better during the day? From mommy to Lindsay.
And go to January 12th, 11:09 in the morning.
Yes, sir.
What did she say? What did mommy say?
From mommy to Lindsay, January 12th, 2023, 11:09, 32 seconds a.m. Still feeling a little better, question mark.
And how did she respond? How did Lindsay respond?
A little bit.
And then on January 16th, well, wait a minute. January 14th at 1:05, I think, in the afternoon. Can you pull that one up?
Yes, sir, one moment.
Okay. You recall where it starts as, I'm waiting for the day. And that would be from Lindsay to her mother.
Can you repeat the time one more time, sir?
1:05
AM or PM?
p.m.
And this is on the 14th, sir?
Yes, sir. Yep, January 14th.
I have a message from Lindsay to Mommy, January 14th, 2023, 1:05:13 seconds p.m.
Saying,
About the same, period, hanging in there and waiting for the day I wake up and feel me.
so she says, waiting for the day I wake up feeling like me, right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And then on the 16th of January, if you can pull that one up. January 16th at 10:20.
From Lindsay to Mommy, January 16th, 2023, 10:20, 24 seconds a.m.
And what did it say?
It was fun, period. Cora and Dawson enjoyed, period.
Now, did it make reference at any point in the text that that was a reference to the Cape Codder? Is that in there at all? Do you see it? It was fun,
Is it
referring
Cape
to what
Codder?
was fun, if you know.
Not in this particular message, sir.
Okay. And then continuing on, sir, January 18th, would you agree that she inquired of her mother, or the mother asked, are you starting a new med? She said, I did. I started it two nights ago. And that basically the mother was asking her about her medications and how she felt and how she was doing, right?
One moment, sir. I just have to get to that point.
January 18, the new med. Oh, the amitriptyline, I think. Prescribed by Jennifer Tufts.
You know what? That's okay because it's an exhibit.
No, it's not okay. I want to read the text messages for me.
And the jurors are going to have it and they can take a look at it. So that's okay. We're good on that.
Okay, don't answer the question.
No, you don't have to answer it. It's all right.
Okay, sir.
We're not going to have it, though.
Now, on January 24th, District Attorney asked you about the Google searches, Googling 3V restaurant, looking at the distance from the house to 3V restaurant, looking up menus. You recall answering her questions on that?
I do, sir.
And you're familiar also, prior to that, on the same day, that she had taken the baby to a doctor and that Pat texted her and asked basically, you know, how did it work out? Do you recall that?
I recall the doctor's appointment. I don't recall the text.
Do you recall that Lindsay sent a picture of her and her children taken that afternoon?
I recall the snowman photo.
I'm sorry?
I recall the snowman photo.
Okay. And that was on the 24th of January, right?
It was, sir.
Do you recall that Pat texted back and said something like, oh, wow, you're a good mom? Do you recall that?
I don't recall the text.
One of the other searches that you did would be, are you aware that there were searches for medical, such as questions regarding bipolar symptoms, psychosis, can you be in DKA without high blood sugar, page after page after page, trazodone, what is the effect of trazodone, Wellbutrin, how do you feel on trazodone?
Yep, let me slow it down. Oh, it is already slowed down. Oh, why is he talking so fast then? Snowman. And these are searches.
One of the other searches that you did would be, are you aware that there were searches for medical, such as questions regarding bipolar symptoms, psychosis, can you be in DKA without high blood sugar, page after page after page, trazodone, what is the effect of trazodone, Wellbutrin, how do you feel on trazodone, Ativan addiction, Prozac, Trazone, going on and on and on. You guys saw this on her search on her phone, the Celebrate, right?
I recall those searches, sir.
Okay. Could I offer this, Your Honor? This would be medical searches on her phone.
Any objection?
No.
All right, that may be.
Wouldn't this help the Commonwealth more? Can't the argument be that Lindsay was obsessively trying to outsmart the people that were trying to treat her? She was, relying on the Google searches more than anything, and that she felt like her life was so fucked up because of all the medications and prescriptions, and she was messing up her kid's life, she was messing up her marriage, so she just wanted a redo. What is Red Gold? I mean, I guess Reddington is showing that Lindsay was really concerned about all the meds that she was taking, and it's all the doctor's fault because they were feeding her all these meds.
Admitted.
Exhibit 239.
Great, thank you.
Do you recall, sir, that there was also a search for schizophrenia? Recall saying that?
Not specifically.
And then we're going to throw psychosis in there. I guess Reddington can argue that Lindsay was scared that she was going to get into psychosis, that she felt like the medications would cause a psychosis and something bad would happen. But then the Commonwealth could also argue that Lindsay was searching for signs of psychosis as a way out to killing her kids.
Approach you, sir, and your extraction report.
A what now? A cyberchondriac? Is that something you made up? Or is that a real word?
That refresh your memory that there would be a search on her phone for schizophrenia. See where it says schizophrenia? Right there.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what was the date of that search?
January 19th, 2023, 9:58:01 seconds a.m.
Okay, put that right here for a minute. How about psychosis? Did she search for psychosis as well?
If I may.
Of course.
There is a keyword search in psychosis in a Google search.
And that would be a keyword search that you said in a Google search on the January 20th?
January 20th, 2023, 8:39 and 0 seconds p.m.
Okay. Then there was there also a search for Seroquel?
Seroquel is part of a search, yes.
And what was the rest of the search?
On Seroquel, feel like I can't have a conversation.
Okay. And then it goes on a number of other inquiries as well, correct? Dealing with Seroquel.
That's correct, sir.
When was this search, though? Because she wasn't on Seroquel at this point. She had already tapered off Seroquel at McLean and was on a new medication.
And then
When was
the
this?
rest of the search.
Is there a date?
Okay. Word search that you said in a Google
Code.
Try to see if there's a date.
58:01 seconds a.m.
Okay. Is that right here for the, what was the date of that search?
So we had schizophrenia, psychosis, Seroquel. So I'm just going back a little bit.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What was the date of that search?
January 19th, 2023, 9:58:01 seconds a.m.
Okay. Is that right here for a minute? How about psychosis? Did she search for psychosis as well?
If I may.
Of course.
There is a keyword search in psychosis in a Google search.
And that would be a keyword search that you said in a Google search on the January 20th?
January 20th, 2023, 8:39 and 0 seconds p.m.
Okay.
39.
There. Was there also a search for Seroquel?
Seroquel is part of a search, yes.
Oh, okay. So January 20th, 8:39. All right, same time. Okay, sorry. I had to go back and listen to it. It's hard to hear Mr. Reddington.
What was the rest of the search?
On
Could someone buy him a lapel mic so he can move wherever the fuck he wants and we could still hear him?
Seroquel, feel like I can't have a conversation.
Okay. And it goes on a number of other inquiries as well, correct? Dealing with Seroquel.
That's correct, sir.
Do we know who they may call in rebuttal? If we don't hear about the experts that are going to talk about psychosis and maybe hypochondriacs, maybe OCD, maybe the defense will probably do that first, and then maybe the rebuttal from the Commonwealth might be their experts to rebut against the psychosis.
And then further, you recall that there were a number of pages where she Googled and was inquiring about suicide.
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us when she was Googling suicide?
December 29th, 2022, 1:02, 14 seconds p.m.
And would you agree that she also Googled on a number of occasions sleep?
Sleep is one keyword and part of a Google search, correct?
And then there's a number of pages that are attached to that dealing with the search for sleep, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Do you know the time frame that we're talking about from the Celebrate search?
Multiple entries, sir. Majority of them are in January of 2023.
Okay. Also, a much larger package of searches for trazodone. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Trazodone is one keyword as part of multiple Google searches.
Okay. Zoloft,
Correct.
what's the time frame?
If I may just remove this, sir.
Yeah, sure.
Earliest entry is December 31st, 2022, 4:07, 48 seconds p.m. Last entry, all on the same date, December 31st, 2022, 7:06, 39 seconds p.m.
Okay. She also, on her phone, is a search for benzo withdrawals, right?
Yes, sir. Benzo is listed as a keyword as part of another search.
Also, after benzo, it says withdrawals, right?
Correct.
And what's the time frame for that, please?
January 20th, 2023, 8:11, 57 seconds p.m.
Okay. And also a search for Wellbutrin.
Yes, sir. Wellbutrin is a keyword as part of a Google search.
Does it say what the time frame is?
It does.
What is it?
January 16th, 2023, 9:14, 47 seconds a.m.
Okay. And a search for McLean.
Correct, sir. McLean is part of a keyword of a Google search.
What's the time frame?
December 29th, 2022, 8:52, 37 seconds a.m.
Is there also a search for insomnia?
Yes, sir. Insomnia is part of a keyword of a Google search.
What's the time frame?
December 31st, 2022, 7:12, 58 seconds p.m.
That's December 21st, did you say? 31st.
December 31st, 2022, sir.
And there is a search for keyword ketamine. Ketamine.
Yes, sir. Ketamine is part of a Google search. It's a keyword within the Google search.
What's the time frame?
For this entry, January 20th, 2023, 8:39, 0 seconds p.m.
There's also a search pulled up on Celebrate for Lamictal.
Yes, the word Lamictal was part of a Google search.
And what's the time frame?
January 16th, 2023, 9:23, 13 seconds a.m.
Okay. Is there also a keyword search for
So it seems like she was either really active in the morning around 8, 9 a.m. and then active at night about 12 hours later, 8, 9 p.m. We are going through Lindsay's Google phone searches right now, but I am confused why the Commonwealth wouldn't cover this as well, because I think it could also help their case.
postpartum and Google searches for postpartum depression and various aspects of postpartum.
Yes, sir.
And what's the time frame for it?
Trazodone helps you fall asleep but not stay asleep. That's the issue that people have with melatonin too. Like it helps them fall asleep, but then they don't really stay asleep.
They all occur within January of 2023, with the earliest date being the 11th of January 2023 and proceeding all the way to the 19th of January 2023.
I don't know. I just see someone that really thinks prescription medication messed up her life because of all the searches that are happening and leading up to, even days leading up to her kids being killed. And then we saw that journal entry that she wrote about how prescription medications ruin her life. And when was that written again? Prescription medication one? I read it to you guys. It was Oh, I don't have it here. Oh, I think it was it January 23rd, which is the day before her kids are killed? It was created in December 2022, and was modified a day before her kids are killed. Her kids are killed.
And keyword benzo. Right on the celebrate record for Lindsay's cell phone.
It is, sir.
Can you tell us what the time frame is?
Sir, would you like it for the first entry or all the entries?
Just give me the idea, like, the bracket, starting on when, ending on when. We don't have to go through all of them.
The earliest entry appears to be December 6th, 20.
So what are we talking about now? Benzos. Okay. Benzo.
Yes, sir.
And what's the time frame for us?
They all occur within January of 2023, with the earliest date being the 11th of January 2023 and proceeding all the way to the 19th of January 2023.
Hey, little puppy.
And keyword benzo. Right on the celebrate record for Lindsay's cell phone.
It is, sir.
Can you tell us what the time frame is?
Sir, would you like it for the first entry or all the entries?
Just give me the idea, like, the bracket, starting on when, ending on when. We don't have to go through all of them.
The earliest entry appears to be December 6th, 2022, 9:17:05 seconds a.m., with the last entry being January 20th, 2023, 8:13:48 seconds p.m.
And search for bipolar. That was on her phone?
Keyword bipolar is part of a Google search, correct?
Bracketed in. What's the time that it started and when did it end?
The earliest entry is from this report is December 29th, 2022, 9 a.m., 37 seconds. And the last entry is January 13th, 2023, 1:38:42 seconds p.m.
Oh, are you okay?
And
Banged your head.
was a search as well, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And can you just give me an idea, what's the time frame on that?
All of the searches in this report indicate January 18th, 2023, in the morning hours from 11:26 a.m. to 11:27 a.m.
Okay. And the next one would be Ativan. You see what it says Ativan? What's the first? Just give me the first month. What's the stat? Search for Ativan.
The earliest time frame, sir? December 31st.
What was the medication before that? It was Cazapan?
That's correct, sir. 8:42 seconds p.m.
And clonazepam.
Oh,
Search as well,
clonazepam.
correct?
That's correct, sir.
And can you just give me an idea, what's the time frame on that?
All of the searches in this report indicate January 18th, 2023, in the morning hours from 11:26 a.m. to 11:27 a.m.
Okay. And the next one would be Ativan. You see what it says Ativan? What's the first? Just give me the first month. What's the stat? Search for Ativan.
The earliest time frame, sir? December 31st, 2022, 7:06:30 seconds p.m.
Okay. Next one would be amitriptyline, correct? Okay.
I'm not sure on the pronunciation, but it appears to be that way.
Okay. And when was the amitriptyline search? When did it start? When did it end?
January 16th, 2023, 11:01, 28 seconds a.m., with the last entry being January 23rd, 2023, 8:17:58 seconds p.m.
And then on January 20th, 2023, was she searching intrusive?
Which makes sense because amitriptyline was when Tufts prescribed it to her, and that was mid of January. Did you guys see the way that she was looking at Gelada when Gelada was testifying in the stand? I don't know if she gave Tufts the same look, but it was like the look of I don't know. I think it could coincide with her thinking that these doctors ruin her life, and it's their fault. She was like looking at them like this, like some sort of like, I don't know, like a disbelief or something.
That's correct.
Okay. And then finally, sir, on January 19th of 2023, was she searching hallucinations?
Yes, sir. 10:33:49 seconds a.m.
Sir, I would offer these.
So I guess Reddington is trying to say that she was having intrusive thoughts. She had these hallucinations. But you guys got to remember that on January 23rd, she did meet with Tufts, though, and she didn't report anything to Tufts. On January 24th, Patrick said that she had the best day. Why wouldn't she tell Patrick about the hallucinations? I don't know if she was having these hallucinations before, days before the kids are killed. She must have known that that would have been serious enough to warrant medical intervention of some sort. You think she was just Googling her symptoms? I don't know. It just doesn't make sense why she wouldn't want to tell anyone. Maybe at that point, she just felt like things were already just so fucked that there's no other way out.
I could just look them over.
Sure.
Kids had to go. She had to go. I don't know.
You're welcome, sir.
She went to a really good school. What school did she go to again? She went to the same school as Patrick, right? I don't remember. Oh, look at this. Whose box is that? Is that Reddington's box? Live, Passion, or is this Lindsay's box? I don't know. It looks like something you can get at Home Goods. Live, laugh, love. You had severe intrusive thoughts, didn't tell anyone until years later when you sought professional help. She was seeking professional help. She did tell people about the intrusive thoughts. But when it comes to, I don't know, if she was experiencing hallucinations, I would have hoped that she would have reported them if that was happening to her. Maybe she was just curious what other symptoms can be. At least he's getting his steps in. Okay, so she's looking through.
It's individual.
Is one individual or all one? I don't care.
Why don't we do that? I hate to do this to you. Why don't we do it individually? Just might be easier down the road.
Okay.
Reddington is too hard on this witness. I don't think so. I think Reddington is trying to introduce his evidence in through this witness. AC, I was in a drug-induced psychosis in my 20s. The best way I can describe it is like waking up in a nightmare and that dream is a reality and every reality was a dream. All right, they're going to go through it. One by one.
I apologize. I neglected to ask.
Oh. There's more.
This is agree with me is another extraction search when hurtful.
Yes, sir. It's a supplemental report for searched items.
And looking at that, if you can, basically there are a number of search terms in there, such as pre-made goodie bags, and that would have been on December 31st. Is that right?
Pre-made goodie bags. Can y'all hear?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what's the next one underneath that? That would be on December 31st.
Child with bloated belly and lethargy.
How about the next one on December 31st?
Children's Motrin stores.
What about the next one on the 31st?
Children's Motrin.
Next one.
Is children's Tylenol the same as infants?
Next one.
6-month-old whale windows.
That would be WALE, whatever that means.
Yes, sir.
Month-old. Okay. Next one.
Earth's best organic baby food.
Next one.
Earth's best organic infant.
Next one.
Earth's best organic infant formula.
Next one.
Nova Plymouth NOVA.
Next one.
Best kids movies.
Next one.
Nova Trampoline Lark.
Next one.
Unicorn Picture.
Next one, if you can.
Yes, sir. Unicorn.
December 31st was when it was really, really bad. And she wanted to go directly to McLean's psychiatric unit because 2 weeks ago they offered her that bed. But because it's been 2 weeks later, now she's being told that she has to go to the McLean ER, Patrick didn't want to do that because he didn't want to spend a day wasted in the ER. He wants her to be transferred into the psychiatric unit immediately, but that's not how it works. So this is the day where things are really bad. And I wonder if what pushed her into severe anxiety and maybe even more depression was, it seems like maybe there was a child that was sick in the household, and that's why she needed Motrin.
Picture free coloring.
Just read them right down. Just,
Yes, sir.
Just rip right through it.
Paw Patrol saves, I'll spell it. Paw Patrol saves the MEREKR. Twin Girls Bed. Cape Cod Resort. How much formula for 8 MINTH? Chuck E. Cheese. Chuck E. Cheese. Children's Motrin. Children's Motrin Stores. ADC Temple Touch Thermometer.
Can I just interrupt you?
Yes,
What do we
sir.
have to for date right now?
The last item I read was ADC Temple Touch Thermometer, sir, and the date was January 17th, 2023, time 2:19:03 seconds p.m.
Okay. I just want to get a frame on the time. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Wait, I thought we're in December 31st searches right now. Why are we reading a bunch of searches and not explaining the day? Okay, now I don't know what day we're in. This is just this. What kind of how? Why are we? What the hell is happening in this damn trial? We're not seeing the exhibits. We're not seeing things on the projector. We're just reading a bunch of different search results out of context. We don't even know what date these search results were.
Sir.
Go ahead, finish that up.
8-month milestones. Fluffy slime recipe. Fluffy slime recipe. UTI symptoms children. Kids Miralax. Miralax for kids.
And what was the date on that?
The last date on the page for Miralax for kids, January 24th, 2023, 4:47:31 seconds p.m.
We don't know the dates
Go
of
ahead,
these.
finish these three more.
Yes, sir.
What is that?
CVS Pharmacy, Pedialax.
Thank you, sir. I'd offer this, Judge.
All right, that may be admitted.
We don't even know the date of these searches. Okay, I thought these were all from December 31st. And I'm like, oh, okay, maybe that's what pushed her into, wanting to be hospitalized at the psychiatric unit. But no, January 17th, January 24th. Oh, man. I don't know.
Yeah, 261. That's
My head hurts.
And then finally, sir, approaching you with what would be a report. You can recognize that document, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. And what is that? It doesn't have the header on the top of it, that's all.
It's a supplemental report, sir, and appears to be text messages.
Okay. Are you able to know when the photograph of the two kids and the snowman was sent to Pat by Lindsay? Do you know when? Was it on the 24th? If you know.
I would have to look at the extraction.
So, understanding jury would be able to be looking at the photo and has a little history. If we look at this report, you see where it says Lindsay owner.
Cora had asthma. Not once we hear about her health stuff. They did mention the Pedialax was for Cora. She had constipation issues because she was not comfortable with using the restroom at the preschool.
And then over here, it says cutie.
Yes, sir.
So is that from Pat to Lindsay?
That's correct.
And what's the date and the time?
January 24th, 2023, 8:19:45 seconds a.m.
Okay. And what's the next one that you see? And just say to us, like, it's Pat to Lindsay or Lindsay to Pat, and what is the message? You don't have to go through all the numbers.
Yes, sir. Next item, do you want me to read the date, sir?
Yeah, sure.
Next item, January 24th, 2023, 8:36:17 seconds a.m. Lindsay to Pat, loved an image, which is a reflection that someone used the feature within.
This is so crazy. And the jury's supposed to sit there with these, with no demonstratives in front of them.
iMessage to like an image.
Like an image, like a photograph, right?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Yep. What else?
Want me to keep going?
Sure.
January 24th, 2023, 8:42, 16 seconds a.m. From Patrick to Lindsay, how's it going?
And you know what? If it's the same date, rather than taking the time, just go right down and read the messages. That would 'cause we know
Received, sir.
the time frame.
The date is the same for all the messages.
Okay,
From Patrick to Lindsay, how's it going? Lindsay to Patrick, good. Lindsay to Patrick, okay, her urine looked good, so nothing going wrong with her kidneys, phew. Patrick to Lindsay, good, with a smiley face. Lindsay to Patrick, no message content. Patrick to Lindsay, oh wow. Patrick to Lindsay, you're a good mama. Lindsay to Patrick, smiley face with hearts. Lindsay to Patrick, blank. Patrick to Lindsay, laughed at an image. Lindsay to Patrick, any chance you want to do takeout from 3V, period, period, period. I didn't cook anything, period, period, period. It's been a long day. Smiley face. Patrick to Lindsay, yeah, smiley face. Lindsay to Patrick, okie dokie, smiley face.
Okay. I'd offer that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, these text messages are already in evidence as Exhibit 23.
This.
I'll allow that. Thank you, Mike.
Finally, District Attorney spent some time asking you about modifications to a photograph, and I think it was of the little baby. You recall that line of questioning?
Yes, sir.
What did that mean? Does that mean that someone, or Lindsay or someone on her phone, changed the photograph of the little baby? Is that what that means?
It means that the photo was edited in some fashion.
So that could be like coloring?
It could be a variety of things.
Like what?
As I indicated in my earlier testimony, it could be that someone took a live photo, and instead of having it be a live photo, which is a multiple burst of images, they took it down to just a single photo.
Okay. Anything else that can be modified?
Multiple things, but from the extraction, it's the only thing I was able to determine.
So you weren't involved in the search of the Clancy house on the 24th, 25th, were you?
No, sir.
Were you aware that there are photographs of the kids hanging in virtually every room, kitchen, living room, bedrooms? Did you know that as an investigator on this case?
Sir, I was not involved in the search.
You know that there were dozens and dozens of photograph albums of little babies that were all over the house. Did you know that?
I was not aware of that, sir.
Thank you.
Commonwealth redirect?
Thank you. All of the exhibits that defense counsel just put in about the searches for psychosis or certain drugs, are those all available in the disc Exhibit 236 in some of those reports where you can search the word and all of those mentions will come up?
Yes.
Okay, so I think she's trying to show that, hey, we weren't trying to hide anything. We did have these results. I hate him hanging next to the witnesses. Maybe he has great cologne. Maybe the witnesses like it.
Sir, on Exhibit 258. Thank you. The search is about psychosis. Some of those searches were for psychosis symptoms on January 19, 2023. Is that correct?
Oh. Psychosis symptoms? Is she getting ideas?
That's correct.
So the person using the phone.
Was she getting ideas, or was she experiencing psychosis and she wanted to see if she was experiencing psychosis?
Looking it up was looking up to find out what the symptoms of someone would be experiencing if they had psychosis, correct?
It's a keyword search for psychosis symptoms.
You were asking questions about the chats between Lindsay and her mother in Exhibit 238,
To orange.
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That's a big gulp. Hold on.
Lindsay
Chats
and-
with okay. Lindsay and Mama. All right.
There's a text message from her mother to Lindsay on January 19th, 2023, which states, "I'll bring it Saturday. Never know what treasures I'll find in the attic," correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
Seeming to indicate that her mother is going to visit her that Saturday, correct? From the text message content.
It's an inference.
January 19th. Let's see. The kids were killed on the 23rd. That's a Tuesday, I think. Monday. Sunday. No, they were killed on the 24th. That's a Tuesday. 24, 23rd, 22. January 19th would have been the week before. Right before the weekend.
On January 22nd, which would have 2023, which would have been the Sunday after the Saturday visit, in which her mother says, "Enjoyed seeing everyone this weekend. Nice to see you doing better."
That's correct.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Remington?
Just very briefly, kind of like a housekeeping thing, if I could, Judge. I'm approaching you with a number of text messages. Would you agree with me? Again, this came off of Lindsay's phone, and it would be text messages between Patrick Clancy and Lindsay. Kind of flip through them all. Trust me, one of the others.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then finally, I'm handing you again extractions from Lindsay's phone that you can flip through them if you wish. Would be
Is Melanie Little a defense attorney? I forget. Or does she practice in a different area of law?
between Lindsay and Sue Clancy, her mother-in-law, Patrick's mother. It said Sue Clancy.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. I'd offer these to you, Your Honor.
Objection.
If I can see counsel sidebar.
Exhale by Reddington. It's a long ass sidebar. Are they still in sidebar? Oh no, they're in lunch now. Okay, hold on.
It's UND for identification.
Right. So that's all I have. Thank you, sir.
All right.
Oh no, we missed it. What happened? Was it entered in?
Attorney Sprague, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
Who's gonna testify next? Tell us, tell us, tell us. New York Civil War attorney. Ah, gotcha.
All right. So members of the jury, it's 1 o'clock, so 1:01, so don't hold that against me. So we're gonna take the afternoon recess at this point. I'm gonna ask you to be ready to come back 2 o'clock and go to the next witness. My instructions are the same. During the break, don't talk about this case, don't do any research, don't read anything, don't listen to anything.
So today, oh, she's saying something to Reddington. I can't see what she's
During
saying.
the break, don't talk about this case, don't do any research, don't read anything.
Any lip readers? I don't know what she's saying. So, I'm very curious to see who the last witness is. So just a reminder, you guys, they're not going to have court tomorrow. So I'm pretty sure we are going to go full day today with the stream. Because I'm like, maybe more digital evidence, possibly. We'll see. Maybe not.
Don't listen to anything, and then see you back here about 2 o'clock. Okay, thank you.
Court, all rise. Jurors, kindly close your notebooks. Place them on the chairs, please. This way, please.
She had to do the prosecution of priests and the Catholic Church. Oh, back in the day. She was a prosecutor back in the day?
Curious if that's in the courtroom.
Before we break, Judge, I apologize. When I introduced the records from social health, actually I put in a cover page and the wrong page that does not reference the actual medical record that I had. So if you have any objection to the substitute status, it's just the appointment.
Right. So, I'm sorry, I just missed the part where you said it's different than what you submitted.
Yeah, what I submitted is just like a cover letter and some other things. I thought I submitted the medical record.
Oh, no objection.
All right, so you want to substitute those?
Yeah, sure.
Is it from this new batch?
All right, thank you. All right, so we'll be in recess till about 2 o'clock.
Court, all rise.
About 2 o'clock. Okay, guys. How are we feeling? What's our mindset at? Where are we at today? Now, I think there are like, if you were to really modify or simplify it, it would be 2 avenues. So there's no debate in this courtroom, in this trial, and we're not talking about other places, but in this courtroom, there's no debate that Lindsay killed her kids. So I think what the jury is going to heavily really focus on is either the motive, which unfortunately, oh my God, why is it so bright like that? So I think what the jury is really going to focus on, they're going to focus on motive, which technically the prosecution does not have to prove what the motive is, but because it was raised up in the opening statement and how Lindsay was a controlling mother and Lindsay felt like no one can take care of the kids the way that she did. So that's the motive right there. That's why I was actively seeking for the motive. Why did she do this if it was not psychosis? Why? And that's because the Commonwealth, they brought it up. But I think the other avenue that the jury can really focus on is whether or not she was in psychosis. We don't know what the motive is. Maybe there's a motive, maybe there's not a motive, maybe it doesn't make sense. However, what they're really going to focus on is whether or not she was sane at the time, or was she experiencing psychosis, right? And I can see how the Commonwealth is building their case and showing that, see, look, Lindsay was doing better. Lindsay was doing fine, that she was getting sleep, and that, you know, the people around her said she was doing better. The mom was sent a text message days before the children are killed. Patrick's testimony about, you know, Lindsay in January seems like she was doing better. She gets hospitalized at McLean. She's on this new medication, amitriptyline. And look at her. She's still obsessively searching all these, you know, searches on the medication. Although that was not pointed out by the Commonwealth. It was pointed out by the defense. So sometimes I'm a little bit confused how certain things that they are presenting are helping their case. I'm like, it feels like it's helping the other person's case. But okay, maybe there's something that I'm just not seeing here. So I was really stuck on the motive part. Like, why did Lindsay do it? Are we going to find out that she started resenting her kids, that she was not happy in her marriage? Maybe there's external factors, right? And we're always looking for the external factors, but none of it was ever brought up here. Like, for example, you know, if there's like some sort of cheating allegations, right? On either Lindsay's side or Patrick's side, was there any kind of, did Lindsay feel like Patrick wasn't pitching in with helping the kids? Did Lindsay feel like she was jealous of Patrick because he was able to work again? Like, there was these things that I was looking for, right? And I was like, okay, we're not really getting this. So I think at this point, the jury, they might just have to scrap the motive, because I don't think the prosecution did a good job with showing the motive. And I don't know why they would even bring it up. Because I felt like I was really hinging on this whole motive thing. So the other thing to focus on is, was she sane or was she experiencing psychosis? And that's where we're going to hear from all the different experts from the Commonwealth side, from the expert side, from the defensive side. So we'll have to just keep on waiting. Just keep on waiting, y'all. Just gotta keep on waiting. I don't know. I am seeing that we are seeing more of Lindsay being a little bit more animated today. And, I think for the most part, whenever the camera panned over to her, and it could just be that the cameraman just didn't catch it, but for the most part, it was just her just kind of like sitting there intensely, just staring out at the witness stand. Some of you guys believe that she wasn't really blinking much. I don't know. I felt like I wasn't super paying attention to that. I thought she was kind of blinking, but yeah, it wasn't really something that was like, I was like, focus on. So I don't know. We are seeing a little bit more from Lindsay today, though. They read her notes, and I wonder how she feels about that. I wonder if she feels like, what a terrible mother, what a terrible thing she was going through back then, or if there's some sort of disdain for the Commonwealth going through her notes like this, and she's it's I think it's hard for any parent to air out to other people that aren't in their their circle group that she's complaining about her children or she's like voicing these struggles or something like that. But like I said, with the Commonwealth, some of these things are just not super clear cut. It's like I am struggling to put the pieces together, and it might be because I was really just focused on motive. I don't know, we'll see. I have a feeling they're going to rest soon, though, because tomorrow there's no court. And I'm thinking, oh, I wonder if it's because the defense has no witnesses that are available to testify on Friday. So maybe the Commonwealth is going to rest today, or they ran out of witnesses, or there was some sort of scheduling conflict with the judge, with one of the attorneys. We don't really know. We're just all speculation land over here. But no, I'm thinking maybe they're going to rest and the defense will start their case on Monday. We'll see. All right, guys. So, because we have a day off tomorrow and while I'm going to be working on other videos, I do want to cover Ms. Boone, I think. Ms. Boone. I have not covered Ms. Boone in a while. Sarah Boone. Got to go to Florida for that one. But yeah, I'll be back in about 1 hour. I'm going to go take my dogs out for a nice little walkie, let them run around the yard. My dog likes to do this, I don't know, it's like a raceway track around the house where he just runs and loops around the house, and it's so cute. He thinks he's so fast because like when he's running, he starts getting really cocky and does like all these like crazy like little mini corgi jumps. I don't know, it's adorable. So I'm gonna take them outside. I'm gonna get some food. I'm starving here, and yeah, we'll see. I think this is gonna be, I don't know, man, one of the longest jury deliberations that we will have in any trial that I've covered. What was the longest one? I think the longest was what? Maybe Karen Reed, was it like three days or something like that? 4 days? Did anyone go 5 days recently? It might have been a trial that I wasn't covering. But I don't know, man. I can see how it could be very divided because once you see something a certain way, I think the lens that you are looking at the evidence is going to be so heavily influenced. It's so hard to, I don't know, it's so hard to kind of like get yourself out of that mindset and look at it differently. I think it's really tough. I'm trying to look at it from so many different angles. Yeah, and it's definitely, it's a lot of mental gymnastics. No, please do not summon DB in here. Okay, we don't want to summon that devil over here. All right. Like you never know. Okay, these people, maybe they'll have their appeal, maybe it'll go through, and then you might see these guys again. Okay, let's not summon them. All right, guys. Let's break. I will see you guys in 1 hour. The Tupac killer trial. Is that even being live streamed? I see that people are covering it, but I don't see any stream coverage. Is that a federal case? Are we in New York? Yeah, I haven't seen anything about it, so I don't know if it's a federal case. They're doing jury selection right now. Oh, it's in LA? Oh, if it's in LA, then you ain't getting jack shit. They don't they don't really live stream trials in LA. I don't know. Has there been any rumbles about? I don't think they are. I think LA was so traumatized about the shit. the glove doesn't fit guy. What's his name again? OJ. Yeah, I think they were so traumatized about the OJ Simpson trial that they were just like, we're not doing any live stream trials. It's like, you guys suck. Oh, it's federal? Okay, and if it's a federal case, then they're definitely not going to live stream it. However, in federal cases, you might be able to get the transcripts? I don't know, can you? Because I know like there's a Pacer website where you can request for documents from federal courts. But I don't know whether or not they're going to give it to you. Maybe not. It's hard for any mom that has several kids near her age and no help from her husband. He checked out the marriage a long time ago. No, in my opinion, I believe they need to look at the husband more too. I honestly disagree with that. I think Patrick didn't seem like a bad husband. It seems like, you know, he was helping her. Yes, he was working too. I mean, they have 3 kids together. It's a lot of work. I don't know. I didn't really smell anything weird with Patrick, honestly. When he testified on the stand, I just thought that his testimony came off as really like, Commonwealth, I kind of fucking hate you, and I'm forced to testify against my wife, who I support. And I feel like he wasn't trying to push this like grand narrative that it was Lindsay's fault, that, you know, that he had nothing to do with it. Or I just felt like he came up pretty honest. He came off as someone as honest to me on the stand. But again, that's a very small, you know, short window that we have with him. I don't know. And I also think that she was also, you know, the setup that they had, you know, minus the struggles that she was going through. I mean, he worked from home, you know, and I know that when you're working from home, it's hard to deal with kid stuff because you got to focus at your desk. And I don't know how, you know, how much work he has actually, you know, to do on a day-to-day basis. But I mean, he worked from home, and, you know, based on Lindsay's note, it seems like, you know, Patrick would try to help her, you know, would try to take the load off of her by taking the big kids out so she can take care of the baby. And we hear from the testimonies of the preschool teachers that sometimes, I think they mostly saw Patrick dropping off the kids. And sometimes it would see Lindsay. I don't know. I didn't really feel anything weird was coming out of Patrick. Maybe, and you know, I know Patrick was the one that didn't want the 911 call to be out there, but maybe if the world heard the 911 call, I don't know, maybe their minds would change. I don't know. What case are we talking about? Oh, sorry. Someone in the YouTube chat was asking about the Tupac killer's trial. Are there multiple killers in that one? Does someone just have it completely wrong? It's not federal, it's in Vegas. I just relied on my Twitch chat. Hold on. I don't know. Maybe it's me. Let's see. All right. Someone said LA. All right, Lan. You're a little wrong. I think maybe you meant LV and not LA. Well, maybe it was a typo, even though A and the V is pretty far away from the keyboard. But you know what? Maybe it was a typo. Okay. It's in Las Vegas. They did start jury selection 3 days ago. All right. I don't know. I've never covered a trial in Vegas. Oh, you know what? There was that wild case in Vegas. The bank teller guy, right? Hold on. The journalist guy. There was a guy who killed a journalist because he didn't like what the journalist wrote about him or something. And then that was a crazy trial. I didn't cover it though, but I heard about it. Not bank teller, but I think the killer's last name is Teller or something like that. Patrick does come off as submissive. And I think that's just how people are. I think there's just some people that are more chill and they tend to gravitate towards maybe they're opposite. Lindsay seems the type of person who was more of like a maybe it was like a her way type of thing. And Patrick was just like, hey, you know, I let my wife do her thing and I'm a chill person. I'm more laid back. So I can see that. I wasn't paying attention with the clothes of the security cameras. I mean, the security cameras are pretty dog shit. I don't know if I noticed a change in clothes. I don't know how that would even help him. Why would he want to change his clothes between 3V and CVS? How does that help him in any way? And it's not like he was the one that did the takeout order. Lindsay was the one who told him to go outside of the house. I guess people can say that, well, you don't know if Patrick took Lindsay's phone and he was texting himself. Okay, sure, fair. Maybe, yeah. All right, guys. Well, I'll see you guys in an hour. All right. I'll see you guys. All right, guys. See you guys in about an hour. We'll see who testifies for the Commonwealth. Alrighty, y'all. You would change shoes between going to stores? You mean going in one store with flip flops and then going to Walgreens barefoot? Nice. So don't ever go to a Walgreens barefoot, drunk or not. It's nasty. All right, guys. Hello. Welcome back from the lunch break. How is it going? Alrighty, y'all. What's going on? Let's see. Well, thanks for joining us for the afternoon session. Let's see what is happening here. Afternoon session. Okay, so today we heard from testimony of law enforcement again. They're going through Lindsay's phone. They're going through her tablet slash computer. We learned today that the Surface Pro is a tablet computer of some sorts. And I guess we're going to hear from more law enforcement. All right. Let me just get all of my stuff in order. How are we doing today? All right, let's see how this looks. Oh, not too bright. Okay. I'm done with my makeup, so let me put my hair back. Otherwise, I feel like a kid. Oh my god. Like the 80s hair happening here. Alrighty, y'all. So someone said earlier. Where is it? Something about how Lindsay will. Okay, Vay Danielle. Hello. How are you doing, by the way? There's no way out. She will still be institutionalized. You know what? I did think about that. I thought about whether or not she would be institutionalized for a very, very long time. But I go back to if she said that she killed her kids due to postpartum psychosis, well, she obviously is not in postpartum anymore. She hasn't had any kids recently. So if she doesn't have postpartum, if psychosis is not a factor, it is only due to her having children and she doesn't have kids, I don't know. Is it possible that she can say that she's already treated and she's already fine today? Because let's say she is diagnosed with bipolar disorder. There are people that are out in the world with bipolar disorder and you can manage your symptoms. However, it's the postpartum psychosis that pushed her to do this. I don't know, unless an argument can be made that it's her bipolar symptoms. And because of that, then she can't be out in the world. I don't know. I think there is a possibility that they find her not guilty by reason of insanity, which is basically not criminally responsible, and she doesn't suffer from postpartum anything anymore, then I think she can get out a lot sooner than we think. All right, let's do a refresh. Oh, well. The lead detective is testifying right now. Okay. You know what? Maybe he is the last witness of the day. I told you guys, I think the reason why we have a day off tomorrow is because I think the state is going to rest her case. And we're going to have that one person at the end to just tie everything up for us. All right, let's see how it is. Why is it? Let me make it a bit brighter.
Court, all rise.
This is the guy who Reddington, he was not able to pronounce his name. McGillicuddy? McGilligan's Island? Make something now? Make a ding dong, maybe?
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, members of the jury. We're going to now return to the Commonwealth's presentation. Ms. Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Joshua McGilligan.
McGilligan. Witness number... Shit, what number is this? 67, maybe? 68?
Good afternoon, sir. Can you stop right here, raise your right hand for the clerk, please?
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury will not now pending between the Commonwealth and
McGilliwhat?
Thank you, sir. You
Can you pronounce his last name?
Hi, good afternoon, sir. Judy Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Joshua McKelligan, McKelligan.
Where do you work?
Massachusetts State Police,
How long have you been with the state police?
since December 2013.
In January of 2023, where were you assigned?
To the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office.
And what was your role there?
I was a trooper assigned to the Homicide and Major Crime Section.
And could you tell us within that unit what the role of a case officer is?
Case officer is assigned cases as they come in, and the case officer then is the point of contact for the District Attorney's Office, the State Police, other agencies.
And as a case officer for a homicide, for example, when you respond to a scene and you're doing the investigation as time progresses, is the case officer doing every part of the investigation?
No.
What is the role of a case officer in terms of managing or collecting information?
Is to try to gather everything, and then we try to keep track of what's been going on with the investigation.
And so within the State Police Detective Unit at the Plymouth County DA's office, there are a group of troopers that work there, correct?
Yes.
And do you work as a team on any homicide investigations you're working on?
Yes.
And the case officer, is it their role to collect information and evidence from the other troopers as they gather it?
Yes.
Do you have a supervisor when you are the case officer?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to January 24th, 2023. Did you learn that day of an incident that had happened at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
I did.
What time did you learn about that approximately?
About 6:45 p.m.
PM? And how did you learn that information?
The duty lieutenant in the state police headquarters in Middleborough called me.
Once you had that information, what did you do?
I called my supervisor and then responded to Duxbury.
And where in Duxbury did you respond?
I went to Duxbury Police Station.
And at that point in time, did you know that you were going to be the case officer for this case?
Not when I responded, but at the police station, I was informed I was going to be.
And at some point in time, did you go to 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
I did.
And when was that?
After I got a search warrant, I went to the house.
He looks like if Sylvester Stallone had a son that works for the Fed, but also like a part-time model of some sort. The Blue Steel.
Probably, I think around early morning, between 3 and 4, sometime like that.
Between 3 and 4 a.m.?
Yes.
So it'd be the early morning hours of January 25th, 2023?
Yes.
And did you take part in the search of the home?
I did not.
What was your role there at the home that night or in the early morning hours?
I just went to observe the house, just to see what the scene in the house looked like.
So other officers were conducting the search?
Yes.
At the scene, did you eventually walk through the house?
Yes.
And was that before or after the search was executed?
After the search.
At some point in time, did you go into the master bedroom on the second floor?
Yes.
And what did you observe in that room?
I remember a tent style, like covering a crib, I believe. There was a mirror in front of me. To the left, there was the bed. And then I remember blood on the floor.
And you said to the left, but pointed with your right arm?
No, it was my left hand.
Your left, okay.
Yes.
All right. So you go into the bedroom, and what do you see anything on the floor, on the walls, the bedding, anything?
Yes, just going off of memory, I remember there was blood on the floor, and the mirror was kind of like straight ahead from the entrance of the door.
Okay. And was a video taken of the house that included that room in particular?
Yes.
I'd like to move to submit the scene video from the home as an exhibit.
Andy, be admitted.
264.
And if we could play the portion of the video for the master bedroom.
Sure.
Video? Blood? Zoom in of the blood. 2 drops outside of a door. Lots of blood droplets at the bed. A blood droplet that seems to have been almost wiped off, but dried. Lots of drawers. Blood. Bed that's been moved. Door to bathroom, maybe? Some sort of tent trampoline thing. Yeah, definitely not puddle of blood that Patrick said, but maybe to him at that point it looked like it was because it just maybe just like looked at it really quickly, or like hosing on the wall, hose of blood. Zoom in on the blood. Droplets of blood. Shoes, pillows, blanket. Can they not turn the light on? What's happening here? Lots of blood here. Behind the bed. Dresser. Knife on dresser. The window. Don't see a lot of blood on the window. There's like a little bit of like some, I don't know if this is blood right here or if that's just part of the curtains. Hard to tell. Zoom in of the knife on the dresser. The cup with because kids. Blood on the windowsill a little bit. A little bit of blood on the blinds. Or, sorry, the curtains. Yeah, a little bit of blood on curtains right here, I think. Blood up here on top of the windowsill. Or, sorry, window upper area. This looks like a horror movie. Lampshade. Oh, it's like a kid's tent of some sort. Small room. The bed, cell phone on bed.
Thank you.
The bathroom.
Sir, when you went into the master bedroom, did you see blood sprayed all over the walls and everywhere?
No.
And fair to say that the video shows all of the walls in the bedroom and doesn't show any spatter or anything on the walls?
Yes.
Did you...
She should have asked that pointed question to the people that also went into the crime scene. I don't know if she did. Because I know she's trying to say that now, but like, do they remember Patrick's testimony from 2 weeks ago? Because Patrick was the one that testified that there was blood spread on the walls.
Also go outside into the backyard and look at the exterior of the home?
Yes.
We could have the photos, please. If we could zoom in on the top window. Does this photo show the condition of the upstairs window, the second floor window that leads to the master bedroom?
Yes.
And the screen there in the video, is that how it was when you saw it that night?
Yes.
Pushed up?
Yes.
And the Because Kids cup, that's the cup that I think she like, they made it seem like she like loaded the medication in there or something and she drank out of it.
And if we could see the next photo.
Could it be a coincidence? Could it be a message?
Actually, we can go back to the first one and zoom in the middle there between the two windows. And these.
Oh, wow. Finally, we can see it way more clear. All of the other pictures that they were showing before, I feel like we could barely see it. All right, guys, there's the blood on the shingles. Here's a better view of it.
Areas of red-brown stains on the exterior of the house. Did you observe those that night on in the early morning hours of January 25th, 2023?
Yes.
And then the third photo, please. We could zoom in on in there. Would this be, this third photo, would this be the first floor window below the master bedroom window?
Yes.
And these red-brown stains on the shingles and then on the window ledge there. Were those there in the early morning hours of January 25th, 2023?
Yes.
Could we have these 3 photos marked as the next exhibit on the disc?
Any objection? No. They may be admitted.
Exhibit 265. Now, as the investigation proceeded, did you learn, or did other officers learn from Patrick Clancy that the defendant was on some psychiatric medication?
Yes.
And was that information relayed to you in terms of preparing the search warrant?
Yes.
And is that why you included prescription medication in the search warrant?
Yes.
At that point in time, did you or any of the other officers know that the defendant had crushed up pills and taken them that night?
No.
At some point in time, did Patrick Clancy bring pill bottles to the state police and turn them over?
Yes, he did.
And where did he say those were from?
In the center console of his truck, not the top section, the section underneath it.
Did he tell you at some point that pills had been found in the nightstand drawer?
Yes, he did.
And that was in the master bedroom?
Yes.
And did he tell you who he found those with?
Yes, he did.
And who was that?
His attorney?
And did he tell you why he gave those pills?
Objection, I believe it was me, and I'm not his attorney.
But that was
He says to make it clear, I'm not his attorney, so he's not Patrick's attorney. He's Lindsay's attorney.
that's what. Why don't you re-ask that? What it was that Patrick Clancy said?
What was it that Patrick Clancy said? Did he give you a name or just say my attorney?
He said Kevin Reddington.
And did he tell you why he gave the pills to Attorney Reddington instead of giving them to you like he gave the other pills?
No, he did not.
He never attempted to turn those pills into the state police, or those bottles into the state police. Is that correct?
Correct.
At some point in time, did you learn that the Clancy family had gone to the Museum of Science on January 8th, 2023?
Yes.
It doesn't surprise me that he didn't want to turn into the state at this point because he probably felt like he wanted to help out Lindsay more. Maybe he thought the state had bad ulterior motives.
Was a video obtained?
Yes.
Did you watch that video?
Yes.
Did you observe the family, including the defendant, interacting with each other, and the defendant specifically interacting with the children and exhibits at the museum?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point in time, Exhibit 14 had asked to play just a small portion of that
Again?
that has not been played previously.
Oh, okay. They haven't played it previously. All right, more videos of Lindsay interacting with...
We could pause here for just a moment.
Is that Lindsay right there? Lindsay, Cora, maybe Callan somewhere? Or Dawson? Sorry, I don't see Callan. Patrick here? Is there a baby around? There's a stroller there.
Do you see the Clancy family in this video footage?
Yes.
And if you could just get up and point to them.
Yes, please point.
Sure.
Oh, just kidding. Okay, they're on the left.
And we could press play.
I thought it was a lady wearing the fuzzies. All right, so we see Cora, we see a stroller, we see baby Callan strapped onto Lindsay, and then we see Patrick.
And at this point in time in the video, are we seeing Patrick Clancy take Dawson Clancy out of that room, leaving Lindsay Clancy with Callan and Cora?
Yes.
Is that Cora there in the red skirt?
Yes.
Now, at this point in the video, at approximately 11:58 and 30 seconds, what is happening in the video footage now?
Corey's beginning to play with the exhibit. Patrick's standing off by himself. Lindsay Clancy is with Callan, and Dawson is watching.
Could you just point out where Patrick and Dawson are? For the record, you've pointed.
So this is Lindsay interacting with the museum. Commonwealth is trying to say that Lindsay was able to get up outside of the house. She was able to get dressed. She was able to interact with her kids and do stuff.
To Patrick towards the top of the screen and Dawson near the entrance to the exhibit.
Yes. Yes.
And throughout this video, in this portion of the video, can the defendant be seen instructing the children, pointing to them, showing them how to work the exhibit and operating some type of control panel?
Yes.
I don't know. I mean, the defense can say that this is Lindsay on a good day. This is Lindsay trying to put up, you know, put on a good face for her children. I mean, I guess what the Commonwealth is trying to do, but I don't know. I think there's too many. There's so many different ways to look at this. But maybe it's just to show that narrative that Lindsay was doing better, and that she wasn't doing as worse as she claims with the medications. So weird because they just look so
And
normal
at some
here.
point, does the switch and the defendant helps Dawson with the same
The baby, oh my God, the baby.
exhibit,
Yes.
and that goes on for several minutes.
Yes, I believe so.
And
They're all
I think we'll fast forward
babies.
to, approximately noon in the video timer.
Look how big Cora looks. Oh, is that Cora? No, just kidding. That's not Cora. I was like, she's just leaving on her own. Bye. I think she's like over here playing. I thought she was wearing like a red dress. Oh, there she is. Yeah, I mean, Cora looks like a big girl. Jeez.
Thank you. Excuse me. Sir, during the grand jury process, did you attend a meeting with the medical examiner in this case?
Yes.
And did you participate in interviewing her, specifically Dr. Barbara Vidal Olson?
Yes.
And did you participate in interviewing her, specifically the portion of her proposed testimony where she was explaining how someone dies from strangulation?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that at some point in time, she was asked?
Objection. Counsel sidebar.
Dr. Vidal testified yesterday. I know, Dawson's like they're waiting. Like, when is it my turn to go into the exhibit?
Sir, in that meeting with the medical examiner, did she tell you that constant pressure would need to be applied even after the person went unconscious in a strangulation in order to affect death?
Yes.
Did she tell you that it takes several minutes of continuous pressure to cause
Can we
death?
not have leading questions? If this is going to be admitted, can we not have leading questions? Sir, witness.
You want to ask him what she said? And then
Do you recall? Sorry.
Go ahead.
Do you recall what she said about the time it takes to strangle someone to death?
After unconsciousness, I think she said several minutes. It would take several more minutes for someone to die.
And would that be several more minutes of strangulation?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Reagan.
So she asked you about the pills that were located in the master bedroom by Patrick when I was with him, right?
Yes.
And you know that Patrick indicated that after you guys had cleared the scene, finished with your investigation, seized all the pill bottles that you were able to locate, that I went in the house with him and I took a number of items, photographs, albums, things on the wall and stuff like that, right?
All I know is the pill bottles. I don't know what else you took.
Oh, just the pill bottles. And at some point I imagine the DA must have shown you this, recognize this as being the nightstand drug.
It looks similar to the one that was in the video.
See it? You look at it?
I mean, it looks similar to the one. I've never seen that. I don't know.
Okay. So these would be the bottles that were in there, right?
I don't know.
I don't know. And do you know that when these were seized, the first thing that was done is I contacted the DA's office and said that I had them?
I don't know what you said to them.
You want to come by my office and pick up anything they have, you're welcome to look at it, seize it, have it analyzed, and send it to a crime lab. I didn't care.
I don't know what you said.
So, yeah. Thank you.
All right. Hey, read it, Rick.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Hey, counsel, can I see it?
I think that's the last witness for the Commonwealth. Who's being a bully?
I told you we might break a little bit early today. Finally, again, I was right. And so we're going to recess on this matter for you this point. So I'm going to excuse you.
Wait, are they not resting? Huh? I'm so confused. Did I miss something?
Monday morning.
Monday
all right?
morning.
So you don't have to come in here tomorrow. So I'm going to suggest that take these next couple of days, kind of rest up. I know it's been a long couple of weeks for you. I appreciate all the work that you've done. I'm going to really remind you of those instructions because now I've got kind of a longer stretch that you're going to be at home, you're going to be talking to people. So I just want to remind you, do not talk about this case with anyone. Don't do any research about this case or similar cases. If you have any questions, don't do any research. Don't try and educate yourself on any of the issues or facts that you've heard so far in this case. Don't make any little road trips to go by any places or try and fill in any gaps. The other thing I want to remind you, you have to still keep an open mind. All right? It was probably easy to kind of nod and say yes when I said that at the very beginning of the case. But now you've heard a lot of evidence, but you haven't heard all the evidence. All right? You haven't heard the closing arguments of the attorneys. You haven't heard the law that you do apply. So I'm just reminding you have to do that. It's so important. And so I just kind of want to remind you on that. I want to thank you so much for so far all the work that you've done and all the work that you're going to do. And so I hope you have a very nice weekend. And we will see you on Monday. Just in case you're wondering, we're still well on track. But we'll see you on Monday. We'll continue with the trial at that point. And again,
With the trial, with the Commonwealth's case? What are we continuing with, Judge? Tell me.
have a nice weekend. All right, thank you.
Court, all rise. Jurors, can you close the notebooks? This way, please.
Sure, so that's it. Go on.
All right. Can I see counsel again over to sidebar?
All right, they're going to go into sidebar. All right, guys, that's it. I mean, if I was the jury, I'd be like, could y'all have just finished with that testimony and then just let us out early? That way we didn't have to go get that lunch. I think the judge is on lunch schedule. Okay. Hi, Dee. How are you doing today? Hello. How's it going? Oh, Judge. What's happening here? Unmute it. Let us hear.
Almost motion regarding trial court security logs.
Thank you.
Counsel?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth is asking the court to allow the Commonwealth and the defense to have copies of a log that we were advised that, or we've seen, that the trial court security has for people who go back into the lockup area to visit with or tend to or what have you with the defendant during the course of this trial. Both myself and ADA Sprague have witnessed at several points. Obviously, we know there are medical staff that go back with the defendant, but in addition to medical staff, which are not really the primary thrust of this motion, it's that there have been other individuals that are not counsel that are permitted to go back there. And we're not alleging that that's inappropriate in any way, shape, or form. Clearly, the staff here, the security staff, has followed all appropriate protocols. But we are aware that Dr. Zeisel has been back there. We witnessed a priest being allowed back there the other day. And we are advised that these visitors are kept as a log when they come, when they exit, what days, what times. And the Commonwealth is alleging that that's information that might be necessary for us to effectively cross-examine some of the defense witnesses that are going to be presented. Certainly with Dr. Zeisel, it could pose as a potential bias that he's there, that he's back there. He's being presented as an expert witness on the concept of criminal responsibility, and there are certain ethical rules that forensic psychiatrists and psychologists follow that he might be subject to cross-examination about, and this, and the nature of his relationship with the defendant, could be an area fraught for cross-examination. Because the court records are not, these court records, I would suggest, are not in the care, custody, and control of the Commonwealth. Procedurally, we have filed the motion as a Rule 17 motion.
Damn, I was like, is she just talking that fast?
Asking for access to the records just for this defendant during the course of the trial.
I mean, you're not looking for the name of the priest who went back there, are you?
Father Bob.
What, I mean, I understand. I'm just trying to figure out what the scope of this is. I understand the request for Dr. Zeisel's amount of visits, because he's slated to possibly be a witness. So I understand that how that might be relevant.
Right.
The priest? I'm struggling with.
At this point, Your Honor, we haven't been furnished with exactly who defense is going to be calling as witnesses in their case. We have an idea from a witness list that was filed that keeps evolving as the trial progresses. So we don't know, for instance, if that person for some reason has a relationship to the defendant and he wishes to call her for some, or call him for some reason. So with the exception of, again, the nurses, we don't necessarily need their information. We know the purpose for why they're there and that they don't have a role in this case. But anyone else who has been permitted back there that is outside the medical staff, I would suggest the Commonwealth is entitled to at least know, and whether we are able to use that information if it becomes more apparent when the defense was underway with their case, that would come to, that we'd have to wait and see if that's the case. But certainly the fact that counsel has announced Dr. Zeisel as a testifying witness, that's information we believe we're entitled to.
All right, Ms. Reddington?
What is that, Worthington? Is that the log? What is this?
Well, first of all, here's the list. If they want the list, we don't need a Rule 17 and a court order. They can just go over from there to there.
Worthington's like, listen, I've been getting my steps and walking from here to the witness stand, back and forth with my poster boards and my papers, okay? They could do the same.
Get the list and see who's been going in and out to see Lindsay. I don't have a problem with that by no means whatsoever. Father Bob is a Roman Catholic priest who baptized these kids, who is very, very close to Lindsay. Not in a religious sense. They just like each other. She went to Mass sporadically. She's not a devout Catholic. She's a Catholic. She has a relationship with the Father at that church. And that guy has been with her for 3 years, through the hospitals, through Brigham and Women's, going to Tewksbury. I haven't even talked to the guy since last week, first time I ever met him. Shook his hand, nice man. After that debacle yesterday that we went through with the public...
Let's stay focused on...
I am staying focused.
Well,
this is what I'm dealing with.
I guess I'll tell you right now, so I can save you. I'm not ordering the name or address of anyone other than Dr. Zeisel.
Can I call him as a witness right now?
Well,
Tell you what his involvement is with going back?
No, I'm going to...
The judge is like, no, man, I have my happy hours. I'm just kidding. But bring Zeisel in.
I'm going to allow that so the Commonwealth can take a look at that record. Nobody else, though. And then at some point, if the doctor is called, we may need if we have to address that, we can address it. So I'm going to allow the Commonwealth to have the information regarding Dr. Zeisel, and that's it, though. Anyone else who went back there has been admitted pursuant to the appropriate rules of the security department in this case. Especially, I'm not ordering the name, address, or frequency of this Roman Catholic priest. I'm just not going to do it, based on the record that I have now. If for some reason he's called as a witness, which I haven't seen that, I haven't seen an expectation, even regards that. If that comes up, then the Commonwealth can renew this, and I may reevaluate. But right now, the Commonwealth's motion regarding security logs is allowed as to Dr. Paul Zeisel only. All right. Anything else we need to address before Monday? Commonwealth?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Reddington?
No, thank you.
All right. So we'll see everybody on Monday. Thank you.
Court, all rise.
Okay. I think the way that it was rephrased sounded terrible. It's like, you want me to keep logs of a priest going back there? You want his name and address and the frequency? I think the comment was just trying to say that, like, hey, we don't know who's going back there. It seems like there's other people that are going back there and they're not following like the logs rule, whatever. And then the judge was like, so you want me to get the priest's name and address? And then they're like, it's like, that's not what we meant. And then Sir Reddington over here is like, listen, if they want the logs are right here. Tell them to walk over here and just look at the logs. I don't know. I don't have a grasp of the entire situation, but it seems like they have some sort of rule put in place as to who can go visit Lindsay, who's allowed back there. Commonwealth is saying that Zizou is going back there. He's not logging himself in. Zizou is an expert for the defense. He is Lindsay's psychiatrist. All right. Hey guys, what's up? So we have the rest of today free, and then tomorrow. All right. Let's see. Today mostly just focus on. It was probably the worst presentation of digital evidence ever on both sides, because they were going through search histories. Then there was like, at some point, we didn't even know what dates some of these searches were taking place. It was like, oh, let's look at the search for January 31st. Okay, read them all out. All right, cool. But this one is from January 24th, right? It's like, huh? We're just all over the place. I don't know. We weren't looking at them on the screen. There was some stuff that was on the screen, but then the camera, for some reason, wasn't showing us what was on the screen. I don't know. What a terrible experience as someone who's watching this on the live stream. Maybe in the courtroom, it's a lot better because you can see stuff on the screen. But like I said, they were reading through a bunch of search histories and they did not show it. They didn't talk about the dates. For some of them. I don't know. I was so confused. It was like such a weird way to present digital evidence. Most important from today, I would say, are the journal entries that Lindsay wrote that they found on her phone. And it just shows, it depends on what lens you are looking at, but I think it shows a multitude of things. The struggle that she had in being a mother, parenthood, the loss of disconnect between her and her husband's relationship, not being able to, provide in a certain way that she wanted to all of her children. She kept talking about how Cal was not treated like, the other children because the other children are also a part of Lindsay's lives and they also require a lot of attention. Baby Cal's not getting as much attention as he would if it was the first child that came out. But I mean, that's a given, right? You have 2 children and you have a third one. Although the 2 children will go to preschool and they're gone for some parts of the day or the week, but still, they're still going to be around there. I don't know. I think what really stood out the most were the journal entries. So again, it really plays into the Commonwealth saying that Lindsay was just, this is not what she expected from motherhood, from having 3 children. And actually, she wanted a 4th child. She was hoping that she can somehow make it work. She wanted to have a lot of kids. And she was just struggling a lot. Now, there was another journal entry, which I think was even more, I don't know, I thought that was even more damning, but they didn't read it out loud. I don't know, they showed it on the screen, so I'm like, okay, what does this mean? It goes into evidence, and you're just going to have the jury sift through it on their own? We're not going to talk about it? I don't know, I read it to you guys, though. But like I said, with a lot of the evidence, you can really take something and look at it either way. But what I mentioned before, for the people that were kind of like sitting there on the edge of their seat, waiting for a clear-cut motive and evidence to support that motive, I think that's something that we should just drop right now. I don't know. I don't think it's going to happen. I think what the jury would have to focus on is whether or not they felt that she was normal. That yes, she was suffering from depression. Yes, she has severe anxiety, but was it so bad to the point that she was having psychosis that day when she killed her kids? I don't know. I think the evidence is the most strongest when you look at the day of the killings and then afterwards. But when you zoom out to the months leading up to the killings, that's when things start getting a little like, oh, it could be this, it could be that. I can see this, I can see that. So I'm not really quite sure what the jury's going to do. I don't know if they're going to isolate it to, of course, to look at everything as a whole, but what are they going to put more weight on, right? Are they going to put more weight on the actual day where everyone reports that Lindsay was doing great, or the days leading up to it, she was doing fine, she was doing better, and that she had orchestrated this elaborate scheme of having her husband go out to CVS, pick up dinner, looking up the Apple Maps, That way she could be alone with the kids, and then setting up this, sort of like set up suicide thing where she was waiting for her husband to come back and hopefully catch her before the medication would take effect. I don't know. They didn't even find that much medication in her system, too. Are they going to focus on that? Or are they going to look at, this is a woman that suffered a lot. Seems like she really loved her kids. Look at the months leading up to it. Look at how much she says she loves her kids. Is it a possibility that, she was over medicated and the medications was fucking her up, led her to having psychosis, killing her kids? So it's a tough one. It's a tough one indeed. All right, guys. So I don't know. Today's gonna be a very weird one to recap. I think maybe we'll just like pick out some things to talk about. But we don't have court tomorrow. I will see you guys on Monday. Yeah. See you guys on Monday. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it is about people wanting to have lots and lots of kids. I think it's great. You can have a lot of kids, you can manage it, you can afford it. Great. That's awesome. But if you were struggling after the first child, the second child, and with the third child, it was getting bad, I don't know. Do you really want to have another kid? Kids don't solve your problems. Unfortunately, they can make your life even more difficult. And not necessarily in a bad way, but it takes a lot of time and effort to take care of children. Money. It's not easy. Not easy at all. Digital evidence wasn't shown in digital form. I know. It was just spoken out into the ether. And I'm like, okay, so the jury is supposed to just memorize all of this? It's easier to follow when you have a visual aid. I don't know. I don't know what the hell has happened. All right. Well, guys, I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your weekend. Planning on covering Sarah Boone tomorrow. Hopefully I'm able to get to it. Hey, Storm. How's it going? How are you doing today? Hello. Sarah Boone, the suitcase killer, who is now in appeals court. So she wrote a letter. She has some things to say. We'll take a look at it. But I also want to look at the state's reply. I think she's saying that the state is lying about her. They're lying. The lies. All right, guys. Hope you guys have a good weekend. Take care. We've been doing recaps for this trial. If you guys are not caught up, or if there's a certain day that you want to go revisit, go check it out on my channel. And yeah, if you're new here, feel free to hit the subscribe button. We'll love to see you guys again in the chat. Thank you so much for sharing all your different opinions. I think, I feel like it's almost a 50-50 in this chat. Almost a 50-50. But thank you so much for getting along, for the most part. For keeping it kind of mild here. Sometimes it gets a tiny bit spicy, but not too much. For the most part, thank you for being respectful towards each other. Hope everyone have a nice rest of their day. I know, have a good weekend. Take a break from this. I certainly will not take a break from this because I don't know. I have so many questions. I want to take a look at other cases. All right, guys. I will see you guys later. Was there anything else that I wanted to say? I think that's pretty much it. Courtney Clenny, no trial. She took a plea deal. And I guess there's going to be the trial of the person that killed Tupac in Vegas. Not LA. Vegas. All right, guys. I'll see you guys later. If you guys are new here, feel free to join the Discord. Discord's the best way to get your notifications on. Or for YouTube, hit that bell button, hit the all so you guys get the notifications when I go live. But Discord's great too. I feel like Discord never misses a beat. You're expecting a hung jury? Possibly. We will see. We'll see what happens in the defense's case in chief and then what happens in rebuttal. I don't know. Maybe we'll get some surprise witnesses. Is a TikTok person going to testify? I don't know. I don't know. Have I been gaming at all? Oh my gosh, I wish. No, I have no time to game. I wish. Although I should probably take a break from trial stuff and go back to Final Fantasy X. I was playing Final Fantasy X, I think like 10 to 15 minutes a day just to get like a little break. It was kind of nice. But then I got to Blitzball and I was like, oh, Blitzball. I don't know. Then I stopped playing. But all my friends tell me that they love Blitzball. So I'm like, okay, I don't know, man. It's a little janky from what you guys remember in childhood. I'll give it a try, I guess. But yeah, right now it's just really busy because got lots of boxes here, moving. just a lot of stuff. And then we have a lot of people coming in and out of the house, both houses. And, you know, we had our AC that went down, getting it fixed. Had to do some plumbing stuff. Got scammed by a plumber. Then we have a handyman right now that's like doing concrete stuff. And yeah, we just have a lot of stuff that's happening. And it's funny because like there's like so much not related to me, but there's like other drama stuff happening in like my life, but like adjacently through like other people. And I'm just like, I just don't have time. I'm sorry, guys. Just don't have time. I gotta deal with this shit first. You've been playing Chain of Memories, Kingdom Hearts. Oh my god, Chain of Memories, the card game? Oh. Yeah, I see. I would love to, if I just had all the free time in the world, I would love to just play the MMO. That'd be great, you know? But I really love covering these trials and all these cases and stuff. So, but, you know, I always tell myself, if I'm ever like, you know, in my 90s, okay? In my 90s, I'm gonna just play pickleball. I'm gonna garden, have a bunch of corgis, just watch a bunch of anime, and just play MMOs all day long. If I live that long. All right, guys. Anyways, take care, and I will see you guys later, because when I do the recap video, if you guys want to check it out, I'll see you then. All right. See you guys. Oh, you know, Marvel Rivals. I mean, I'm kind of down to start playing Marvel Rivals again. We'll see. All right, guys.